I'm Laura Gonzalez, the Education and Volunteer Manager here at Santa Fe's premier Living History Museum. Las Golondrinas will turn 50 in 2022, and we are honored to host this group of amazing scholars to help us jumpstart our celebration. Thank you all for joining us, and we hope that you enjoy the program. There will be an opportunity for questions after each presentation. And now, without further ado, I am pleased to introduce our museum director, Mr. Daniel Goodman.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Goodman. I'm the museum director of Rancho de Golondrinas, and welcome everyone who is with us both live and online, and welcome to our 50th anniversary symposium on the history and archaeology of Lacienega and the Southern Corridor. Las Golondrinas is located in the historic Lacienega Valley with a rich history dating back thousands of years. Because of recent archaeological investigations and historical research in the Santa Fe Southern Corridor between the villages of Agua Fria and Peña Blanca, there's been renewed interest in the heritage of this important part of New Mexico. This symposium features recent investigations by archaeologists and historians who have a keen knowledge of the history and archaeology of the Southern Corridor. In attendance are members of local cultural preservation community, including museum staff, board members, and volunteers. The goal of the symposium is to provide the museum and the public with a better understanding of Las Golondrinas and the immediate area's exceptional heritage that can be incorporated into interpretive narratives shared with the public, as well as to kick off events marking the 50th anniversary of the museum's founding in 1972. As Las Golondrinas looks to our 50th anniversary celebrations, the symposium is key in answering the question, why celebrate Las Golondrinas? As an institution that hosts numerous public events throughout the year, it's important to remember that we're the keepers of an important cultural landscape that would otherwise be lost to housing developments or broken into small parcels, making it impossible to provide the immersive environment that we have for our guests. A number of investigations and publications have been produced over the years that tease out various aspects of the history and culture inherent in the cultural landscape of the Southern Corridor. By bringing these scholars together to present and discuss and making it available to the public, we are closing the loop on an important collective body of work that tells us a great deal about the people who came before us and how their stories shape our lives today. Combined with a physical landscape that can be explored and engaged with hands-on is a powerful educational tool that should be both celebrated and continue to be made available to everyone for the next 50 years and beyond. And now, I'd like to kick things off with state historian Rob Martinez. Rob earned his MA in Latin American history with an emphasis on New Mexico's colonial period. This included studying witchcraft beliefs in New Mexico and the Inquisition. Rob worked for the Vargas Project and the Sephardic Legacy Project, researching writing about Diego de Vargas and the crypto-Jewish phenomenon in New Mexico and the Caribbean. Today, Rob will be speaking on Lacienega, Pueblo y Paraje, an introduction to the symposium and the history of Lacienega. Rob, if you give me a moment, I'll just pull up your presentation. There, sir.
Thank you. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Buenos días, le de Dios. Buenos días. Good morning. Bienvenidos. Welcome. I grew up in Albuquerque, but my family's from northern New Mexico, Mora. And when I'd visit as a kid, the viejitos and viejitas, the older people would say, Buenos días, le de Dios. And if we little kids said, Buenos días, they'd say, Buenos días, dijo el diablo, por no mencionar a Dios. That's how the devil says good morning, by not mentioning God. Well, we knew we were in for a really good day on the ranch that day. But this is part of New Mexico's heritage and story, and I'm going to talk about that for about 30 minutes, and not just New Mexico, but this amazing area where we are right now, El Rancho de las Golondrinas, the ranch of the swallows. Let's get some school stuff out of the way, okay? Golondrinas means birds, swallows, and this area we see driving down I-25 all the time is La Ciénega. That means the marsh or the swamp. La Cienegilla is also a word, a little swamp or a little marsh. So you'll hear me saying these words here and there, and for 2 days you'll hear it. So let's imagine it's about 1721. It's 100 years before there'll ever be a Santa Fe Trail. And it's the Camino Real, the royal road connecting New Mexico and Santa Fe to Mexico City, has already been around for over 120 years. You're part of a caravan with carretas, two-wheeled clunky wagons full of goods and blankets and animal skins and food. Probably smells. You're with other human beings. You probably smell. They probably smell. There's horses, mules. There's donkeys. It's quite amazing. There's soldiers to protect you, women, children, probably a couple of priests, and families coming to settle here. Children playing, children screaming. You've had enough. You're covered in dust. The New Mexico sun has been beating down on you. The cold wind has been piercing your clothes. We know what that's like here in New Mexico, right? But you finally arrive at a paraje. You've been on this camino, which is a road, and now you finally arrive at a paraje, okay? A paraje, a stopping place from the word parar, to stop. You see some low mud buildings, adobe. You might maybe see some smoke. You really need to rest, clean yourself off, maybe eat some hot food, some frijoles, beans, some of the local food, chili, right? We know that. Tortillas, maybe some atole, chaquewe. This is cornmeal with hot water. Might need the bathroom. You know, I drive from Albuquerque all the time, and right before you get to the Lacienega exit, there's a rest stop, right? We see these on the road. These are parajes. It's where you stop to stretch, to use the bathroom. You know, we have these images of these people coming up the Camino Real or in the desert. Juan de Oñate, Diego de Vargas, you know, Popeye, the Pueblo leader of the revolt. And we have these images and paintings of warriors and soldiers and horses. But we need to stop and think, even they were marching and probably said, un momento, I need the bathroom. That's human. That's real. And so these parajes were places where people had to stop and be human, okay? So, you know, let's jump to 2021. Now we don't have to take these trails, these caminos, these roads. Now we have I-25, I-40, interstate highways. And we all drive on them. We all go the speed limit, 75, right? No speeding. We all go the speed limit. But it's a different experience. And yet we're traveling in the footsteps of our ancestors. Maybe not the exact footsteps, but these interstates, these roads are the descendants of our ancestors who had caminos, trails, and parajes. So, let's talk about caminos and parajes. Empires have existed throughout world history, in every part of the world. Roads, caminos, are the lifeblood of empire. The heart, it's like our body. We have a heart. The heart tends to be the center of the empire, whether it's Athens or Rome or Madrid in Spain or Tenochtitlan for the Aztecs. And here in New Mexico, it was the Pueblos, and then it was Santa Fe, okay? But the roads are the veins. They're the life's blood. These are the ways humans moved around, animals, goods, governments, religions, diseases, armies. Rome had an amazing empire that stretched from England to North Africa, from Spain to Palestine. And binding that empire together on land were roads. The Romans were known for their roads. If you've ever been to Rome, you see the Appian Way. They're stone roads. They're beautiful. It's quite amazing. And of course, on water, rivers, seas, and oceans, they had ships. But it was these roads that tied the empire together and spread all these things that they wanted spread, and also spread things they didn't want spread. Diseases and subversive movements like Christianity. It spread so quickly because they had an intense system of roads. Well, 200 years BCE or BC, however you choose to date things, Spain, Iberia, Spain and Portugal, Iberia, was Romanized. It was Latinized. It was conquered after the Romans defeated the Carthaginians. So Spain became very Roman, and roads were established centuries ago throughout Spain. For 600 years, Spain was ruled by Rome. It was the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. Well, then those Visigoths, those barbarians, spilled over the Pyrenees and took over. Well, guess what? Why build new roads? There's already roads in place. Why even use a new language? Latin was pretty good, so they learned Latin. Well, if you jump ahead, from about 400 to 700, the Muslims come in from North Africa, the Moors, the Moros. They also change the culture, the bloodlines, the language of Latin, vulgar Latin, and so we have Spanish starting in the 1200s, but we have roads established so that by 1492, when the Spaniards come to the Americas, they're going to establish a world empire, and they're going to use this idea of roads to connect empire. Well, guess what? When they got to places like Mexico and Peru, there were great Native American empires already in place. From Mexico, the Aztecs already had a system of roads and trails. If you look at a map of Tenochtitlan, it shows the island in the center of Mexico, what's now Mexico City, but it was in the Great Lake of Texcoco, and there's causeways, there's paths, there's bridges, there's roads, caminos. And the Spaniards exploit these roads to conquer the Aztecs and ultimately start to move forward and northward in the 1500s, okay? So this is where we get the Americas. The Native Americans already have roads and trails, and as the Spaniards move north in the 1500s, if you read the journals and the documents, they always have Native American guides. There's this idea of the frontier and the Spaniard going out into unknown lands. It wasn't like that. The lands were known. They had Native Americans guiding them. So this is where we get the Camino Real, the royal road. Doesn't it sound royal? You'd think it would be like the Roman roads, stones or gold even. No, they were just mud ruts that you followed, and the horses and the humans walking, and the carretas, the wheels of the carretas. There's great examples of carretas here, folks. This is what created the Camino Real. And there wasn't just one Camino Real. There were many Caminos Reales, royal roads. They went from Mexico City up the coast to Texas, up the other coast to California, and up the center to Nuevo Mexico. We know that by the time of the 1500s and then the 1600s, we get caminos established in New Mexico that last the whole colonial period, okay? New Mexico is ruled from Mexico City, the viceroy, the virrey, the vice king. And so people start to move up, goods, government, religion, priests, Franciscan priests, animals, diseases. There's waves of pandemics every 10 or 20 years coming up, hitting all the communities, and especially hitting Native American communities hard because they don't have immunity to some of the diseases. By the time we become Mexican in 1821, the name of the trail changes to the Chihuahua Trail because we have that same road, the trade between here and Chihuahua, Mexico. Other trails will be established, like the old Spanish Trail between Santa Fe and California, and again, the Santa Fe Trail. We're celebrating 200 years this month of the Santa Fe Trail, connecting New Mexico to Missouri, bringing Americans, politics, democracy, goods, other religions besides Roman Catholicism, which was the state religion of the Spanish Empire and of Mexico. And they also are bringing diseases that impact the Plains Indians and other communities in that area. It wasn't quite unknown territory that the Americans were trailblazing. We know that Francisco Vázquez de Coronado in the 1540s explored out towards Kansas. We know that Juan de Oñate also went that way looking for Quivira, looking for gold and silver. So the Via Sur expedition of 1720 went into Nebraska. So these folks knew this area. The ciboleros, the buffalo hunters, they were already exploring that area that will eventually become the Santa Fe Trail. All of these trails had parajes, places where you needed to stop, where you needed to rest. You could make about 10 or 12 miles a day. Think about that. We're so used to getting in our cars and driving no faster than 75 miles an hour, you know. But, you know, from Albuquerque, it's no big deal. It's about 45 minutes, 50 minutes to get to Santa Fe. This, La Ciénega, Las Golondrinas, was the last paraje you would hit before you'd take a day to get to Santa Fe. Or if you're going south, you'd stop in this area after a day of travel. So I want you to keep that in mind. Modern trails and caminos, Route 66, connecting Chicago to Los Angeles and slicing New Mexico in half, essentially. And back in the 40s and 50s, the parajes then were gas stations and diners. I-25, I-40, I've traveled these roads many times, and the parajes in our day, Stuckies. Giant gas stations, right? You can use the bathroom, you can get some food, you can fuel up, you can rest a little. So we have these ideas still with us, folks, the parajes. And so now I want to talk a little bit about this area, La Ciénega. First and foremost, it was Native American, Puebloan. They had their great civilization at Chaco, and they continued it after the 1300s or 1400s when they started settling in the communities along the Rio Grande, what we now call the Rio Grande, okay? It was called Seguma in pre-revolt times, and it was at least 84 acres large, if not bigger than that. And it was a Tano and Querés-speaking community. One of the earliest references we have to this pueblo is during the Castaño de Sosa expedition of 1591. This was an illegal entrada, illegal Spanish entrada into New Mexico. And he kept a journal and he describes the pueblos, but he says about this particular area that they took over the area. They told them, you are now part of Spain. You are now ruled by the sovereign of Spain, the king and the queen. You're going to be Catholic. They shot their arquebuses, shot their guns in the air. But he also commented on how amazing their acequia system was. The pueblos already had agriculture. They had acequias, ditches. This is where we've already got acequias in New Mexico when the Hispanic people start to arrive. He comments that they have rich fields of maize, corn, frijol, beans, calabaza, squash, and other fruits and vegetables. He would be arrested and taken south, but when Juan de Oñate and the colonists come and conquer and colonize New Mexico in 1598, within about 10 to 20 years, the pueblos are put under the Encomienda system. The Encomienda system is a medieval institution from Spain that the Catholics used when they would conquer Moors, Muslims. They would take them over and they would say, now we're going to turn you into Catholics. We're going to give you a priest. We're going to protect you and you're going to pay tribute. It was forced tribute in the way of goods and labor. This would put a lot of pressure on the pueblos and ultimately be one of the contributing factors to a Pueblo revolt in 1680. But here in New Mexico, the Encomienda system would ultimately show that these folks would have to, each household would have to pay one cotton blanket and one fanega or bushel of corn. This is how encomenderos, these are the colonists, would accumulate food to eat and wealth. Not much wealth, by the way. But this tells us something. The people that came with Oñate, we'll see, and the people that came with Vargas were not farmers. They were not ranchers. They were city dwellers. They were miners looking for mineral wealth. They were businessmen. They were artisans. So they had to rely on the pueblos to eat and to learn how to grow their own food and eat. We know that by the mid-1600s, there's a governor, a Spanish governor, López de Mendizábal. He actually allowed the pueblos of Lacienega and other pueblos to do their dances, their ceremonial dances. The Franciscans had forbid it, however you say it. They said, you can't do that. You cannot go into your kivas for your religion. You cannot have your kachinas. Well, he wanted them to work for him and make him blankets and get some wealth for him. So he said, you can do your ceremonial dances. You can do your kachina dances. Well, so we know by this time that this is also a problem that will lead to revolt, where the pueblos are caught between church and state, this feud going on. So places like La Ciénega, they're feeling these pressures. There's limited resources. There's more people here. They're forcing them to pay tribute. This was a substantial center of agriculture right here. We know that from Encomienda records. And we also know that this was a visita of a Galisteo Pueblo San Marcos. Visita is a visit. It means it didn't have its own priest. The priest from another pueblo would come here, I'm not sure how often, once a week, once a month, to say Mass and to administer sacraments, okay? So we know that the Spanish were also settled in this area with people with names like Anaya, Almazan. I have that in my family tree. And we know that at least during the 1600s, there were Hispanics in the area. I was talking to Steve Post about that there's a site, an archaeological site here that dates to pre-revolt times. So we know there were people coexisting, maybe not easily, but they were coexisting in this area, Hispanics and Pueblo people. Well, ultimately, there is a revolt in New Mexico. The Pueblos revolt in 1680. I mentioned some of the causes. There was also drought and famine. It drove the Pueblos back to their old-time religion, back into the kivas, and then some of them are punished. Some of them are executed by the Spanish. Others are whipped. Popé remembers. He's from Okeawinge, San Juan Pueblo. And so he plans with leaders from other pueblos like Picuris and other pueblos a revolt in 1680. The Pueblo at La Ciénega at first was reluctant to participate in the Pueblo revolt, but they were threatened by other Pueblos, and ultimately they gave in and were part of the Pueblo revolt. That drove the Spanish out of New Mexico for 12 years. And again, these caminos and parajes are being used, but they're out of here, okay? 12 years later, Diego de Vargas reconquers New Mexico for Spain. And we know that he wanted to get land back to those old Novo Mexicanos, the New Mexicans that were part of that Oñate colony, their great-grandchildren or grandchildren. So he tried to get some people here. He may have settled some of those folks in this area. We know that he tried to settle some of the Pueblo warriors and other families that were in Santa Fe in this area, but he didn't do that. Ultimately, he wrote in his journals when he arrived at La Ciénega in September of 1692, he found that the Pueblo had been abandoned. And again, he writes in his journals that there were people, Hispanic people before the revolt, but he was not able to always regrant this area to those folks. So who are the people that ultimately settle here in the late 1600s and early 1700s? There's people coming here from Mexico City, people with names like Miguel Garcia de la Riva. We have the Anaya Almazan family coming into the area. Miguel Tenorio de Alba, Miguel de la Vega y Coca. A Spaniard had holdings in this area, José Reaño, and his wife, Maria de Roibal y Torrado. There was an Antonio Sandoval, and it's interesting, Maria is married in Santa Fe in the 1720s, I think 1725 or 28. She is widowed and then ultimately marries an interesting guy, kind of a scoundrel, Felipe Sandoval y Rojas. He's from Spain. He makes his way to New Mexico, marries her around 1755 in Santa Fe, and about 4 months later, sells part of her land here. This is a history here of friction that was mentioned earlier, of people selling land and not selling land, wanting to maintain ancient land grants and land holdings. But it wasn't just under the Americans that this was happening. It was under colonial times as well that there was controversy with this guy selling off land. So this is the 1700s now. We're talking, there was also a Montoya family from pre-revolt times, Andres Montoya, they come here. I want to move now into the mid to late 1700s, and I'm going to let you look at a map here. Check this out. Bernardo Miera y Pacheco was a Spaniard who was an artist, an engineer, a santero, and a cartographer. He created many maps. I don't know if you could see this very well, but these maps are from the 1750s. And this one, I got so you could see it, I underlined a little red where it just says Ciénega. So this area is on this map. I find it fascinating. Ciénega. Fray Angelico Chavez speculated that Ciénega was an old Extremeño word from Spain. But others have speculated that it might have been a corruption of Ciénaga, which is the Spanish Castilian word. And in New Mexico, we twist things around because we've been speaking our own kind of Spanish, for about 300 years, you know. We twist words around. We say, instead of ciudad for city, we say ciudad. For a wall, instead of saying pared, we say pader. So we switch some things around, and we'll see why. But in this period, let's go to 1776, when a priest, Fray Atanasio Dominguez, is sent from Mexico City to do a inventory of our churches, of our towns, of the people, of the land. It's an amazing report from 1776. And he writes that Cienegilla had 25 families with 185 people, and Ciénega had 16 families with 101 people. That's about 286 people. If you go back 150 years, there's another document that says there was about, 75 or 80 people in the area. So the population has increased, probably with native people, mixed blood people, Spanish people, all mixing and coexisting here right in this area. One of the sadder things that happens that you read in his report in 1776 is that there's a Comanche raid at Lacienega that killed 10 people right in this area. Another priest, Father Escalante, had come up to go with Father Dominguez to explore a route to California. They don't do that. They end up in Salt Lake, around Salt Lake City, but they're explorers, and they also expand New Mexico and Spain's knowledge of this area. But for this particular sad event, Father Escalante is sent with the soldiers who go out to chase the Comanches, and Dominguez comes right here in order to bury the people, to administer the burial rites. So we need to understand, though, these raids were violent, and they went in all directions. The Comanches would raid and kill people and take animals and food. Hispanics would raid the Comanches, kill the men, take women and children and bring them back and turn them into servants and slaves, genízaros. And it's these genízaros who are part of our story. They're non-Pueblo natives who grow up in Hispanic households. They're learning Spanish. They speak it with an accent. Of course they do. Well, they're part of our linguistic history because the Spanish here over the centuries is Spanish from Spain. It's Spanish from Mexico with Nahua Aztec words, chocolate, tecolote, tomate. And also Puebloan words and Pueblo accents, Genízaro accents. So our Spanish is unique, but it's not one thing. It has archaic forms. But like us, it's a blend and a mix. So this is 1776. I want to now jump to the late colonial period. There's another map. This is a cool one. It's in color. And I also underlined there in red, this is a Miera y Pacheco map that shows Ciénega on the map. If we go to 1807, there's this guy named Zebulon Pike who's poking around up north of here in the Spanish, the Nuevo Mexicanos. By this time, we're Nuevo Mexicanos, okay? We're not noble Spaniards. All of our ancestors were just basic working people, immigrants who came here to try to make a better life for themselves and blended with the native people here. And so they write out when they hear from different people that these Americanos are out there where they're not supposed to be. So they bring him to New Mexico, and it's quite amazing. He creates a journal just from memory because he's observing this area of New Mexico and northern New Spain, now Mexico. And he makes some comments that I think we can apply to this area we call Golondrinas and Ciénega, because these trade caravans were coming right through here and stopping here. He said that there was trade with Sonora, Sinaloa, and Nueva Vizcaya, which is now Chihuahua. And New Mexico would export around 30,000 sheep every year. And we also exported tobacco, animal skins, buffalo robes, salt, and copper vessels. What was brought in here were dry goods, confectionery, I find that interesting, candy, chocolate, chocolate. I read one document in one of these caravans that said they brought dried shrimp in the colonial period. I don't know that we all got to eat that, maybe the priests and the governors. Arms, iron, steel, ammunition, and choice European wines and liquors. Again, I don't know if my ancestors got to drink that stuff, but I'd like to think so. Sneak a little. Again, from Sonora and Sinaloa, and they also brought up gold, silver, and cheese. We also, again, have to acknowledge that diseases were brought up with these caravans as well. So, in the 1800s, this area is the last vestiges of Spain's empire. We become part of Mexico. We're no longer españoles, mestizos, castizos, mulatos, indios. We're all ciudadanos mexicanos. We're all Mexican citizens, including the Pueblo people, which is a good thing and a bad thing because they lose some of the protections they had under the Spanish system. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we become part of the United States. There's conflict in the 20th century between families in this area who, on the one hand, want to keep their land base that goes back centuries. And then on the other, there's some who want to sell to developers. It's a real milagro, beanfield kind of story. And it's not just Lacienega where this is happening. It happens in Chama in the mid-70s. It happens in Mora. It happens up in Cuesta, all these beautiful parts of New Mexico. By 1970, the Pueblo of Ciénegilla is part of the State Register of Cultural Properties. And what we also find is that this amazing museum where we're sitting right now was established in 1972, which is why we're here for this anniversary, El Rancho de las Golondrinas. It's an amazing place that preserves traditional Hispano cultural ways and history. So I'm going to wind things up, but I want you to think about this. If you could go back in time, like those movies where they get in a time machine and they go back, if you could go back throughout time and see what was it like here. I mean, let's be honest. The big names we hear about New Mexico history places are Santa Fe, Santa Cruz, Taos, Albuquerque, Guadalupe del Paso, which was part of New Mexico, and it's now Juarez, Mexico. But Ciénega has its own history. It's like a fly on the wall, and it is a witness to many different aspects of New Mexico history. And if we could go back, we would encounter all kinds of people, at least in this area, coming up and staying, or at least sneaking through here. You'd see a lot of Native Americans. You'd maybe encounter someone like Juan de Oñate. This was a pueblo then, he might have come through here. Alonso de Benavides, the Franciscan friar who came up here and brought the agency of the Inquisition. He was the agent. You might encounter someone like Pope, the great leader of the Pueblo Revolt, the first revolution in what's today the United States. You might encounter running through the trees, hiding the messengers who had the quipu, the knots, to measure the days to the revolt. How about Governor Otermin and the refugees who left New Mexico after the Pueblo Revolt? Or Diego de Vargas and his soldiers marching back to New Mexico 12 years later. You might encounter many, many colonists, immigrants coming to New Mexico, mixed blood people with roots in Spain, Portugal, North Africa, Mexico, and all points in between. You might encounter governors like Luis de Rosas, assassinated in 1642 by our New Mexico ancestors. Or Albino Perez, the Mexican governor, also executed. He ran probably through this area and was caught around Keiwa. Well, some people might be able to correct me on some of these facts, but this general area, you might encounter some people. I know he went through Agua Fria, I believe, in that area. But nonetheless, he was beheaded. And then people like Charles Bent, he might have come through here. We don't know. That's what I'm saying. We don't know if these people might have at least come through this area. I mean, Albino Perez certainly knew the area and came through traveling. But how about people like Zebulon Pike? He must have come through here when they were taking him south. Padre Martinez of Taos and his journeys to Chihuahua and points south to Mexico. And his boss and then later adversary, Bishop Lamy, who had to come through this area south to go to Durango to get proof, to prove that he was the new vicar and bishop of this area. The trail of the Camino Real and the Santa Fe Trail will come into disuse by about 1879, 1880, because of the railroad. Things will change. But I just want you to think about this little area, this beautiful area. When you visit El Rancho de las Golondrinas, go out, look at the beautiful landscape, the beautiful buildings, and yes, think about the history, anthropology, archaeology. But I want you to definitely think about the people who lived here, who died here, who loved here, who fought here, the many diverse people that make up New Mexico today. That's it for me. Muchas gracias. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, Rob, I have a question. I noticed on Miera y Pacheco's maps, the areas listed as Ciénega, Lacienega. I know on some other maps it's also listed as El Alamo. Do you have any information on, were those two terms used interchangeably to describe this area?
I'm not sure, but there is a lot of names being, like you see Cienegilla, Ciénega, Ciénega Grande, Alamo. A lot of these are just topographical or geographical terms to describe an area. Like, I mean, I think this area was Ciénega, but then you have these subtitles, like, you know, little areas like Golondrinas. I think Golondrinas was a rancho for the Coca y Vega family. So you get this kind of these little ranchos, estancias. That was one of the criticisms that outsiders coming from Mexico City and Zacatecas had. They'd say, in New Mexico, we can't get these people, the Hispanic people, to live in tight little towns that are easy to protect. They scatter themselves everywhere. They wanted their own rancho, their own land, their own piece of the earth. So that's where I think that comes from.
Did the groups that came up the trails have to pay in any way to use the paraje?
I don't know. I mean, there were parajes like Robledo and Fray Cristobal in that area between Juarez and, say, Belén. It was quite a desert, empty space there. I mean, there were native groups there, but some of these were just a stopping point. There might have just been on the map. There might have been an ojito, a ojo, a spring somewhere for animals and humans to have water. It was a place that was known. So no, I don't think you had to pay. I can't say that when people came through a place like Lacienega, where you had families living and you had buildings and food was consumed, I suppose there must have been some sort of contribution made to sustain that. Yes, Hilario.
Yeah, that would have been trade, probably more than anything else.
Exactly. There was very little money.
You have something I don't have, I have something you don't have. Let's barter.
Exactly. It was a barter, essentially a barter economy here for centuries until the Americans came, really. And then they bring a different kind of economy.
Actually, it still is.
And still is, yes. Yes, that's how they would pay priests, because it was too poor. They'd give them a cabrito or some dried fruit or whatever they could grow to get the sacraments, you know. So that was definitely what happened. I'm looking at this map. I love this map here. If you look on the right side, you could see the black forms are Mireille Pacheco's buffalo. Although I like to think maybe there were giant black cats terrorizing New Mexico in the mid-1700s. But I love these maps. Anything else? Yes.
In your investigations, did you ever see, because of the residence of General Nicolas Pino, if there was ever any time any kind of presidio or military type of occupation here? You mentioned the interactions with the Comanche, and I'm wondering if any of that was revealed in any of the research that you've gone through.
Well, certainly there was a military presence with some of these communities that were adjacent to pueblos. We know that from the 1750 and 1790 census. We know because it'll say Capitan or Sargento, so there's a military presence. If you look at the system of forts that the Americans put in place in the 1800s, the idea was already there 100 years before with the presidio system, which crossed east-west northern New Spain, Nueva España, as a way of attempting to solidify Spain's holding in an area that had a very few Spanish people. It was a way of trying to stabilize the area. So I suspect that you did have to have some sort of military presence. Now, when these caravans came through, certainly they had some soldiers, but clearly on that day there weren't any in 1776 where there was a Comanche raid. But we have to remember 1776, roughly 10 years later, Governor Juan Bautista de Anza, he was from northern Mexico. He was of Basque ancestry, but he's very famous in California, but he's also famous here because he defeated Cuerno Verde, the leader of the Comanche, a very fierce leader, and he brokered a peace with the Comanche that lasted 100 years. I mean, when Americans would come through and they'd encounter and have conflict with Comanche, the Hispanics and Pueblo people didn't. They would leave them alone. So this is kind of a back and forth thing with military presence. There just weren't that many soldiers here. You had the Santa Fe Presidio, and if you look at there's a military census for the size of New Mexico, for the area. There just weren't that many soldiers. It was a problem. Yes. That's it. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. There's information if you need it, my phone number, email, and website. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
State historian Rob Martinez, everyone. Rob, thanks for that kickoff and introduction of our 50th anniversary symposium. Really appreciate it. That's a great segue to our and setup for our next speaker, Stephen Post. Steve has worked as an archaeologist in New Mexico for 44 years as a project director and principal investigator for the New Mexico Office of Archaeological Studies. Steve led and participated in projects spanning 7,500 years of Santa Fe and northern New Mexico's past. And currently, he is an independent researcher. Today, Steve is going to be speaking to us on an archaeological perspective on 8,000 years of continuity and change within the southern Santa Fe corridor, Santa Fe County, New Mexico. Everyone, Mr. Stephen Post. There, sir.
All right, thank you. All this accoutrement that comes with our current COVID situation gets settled. I'd like to first thank El Rancho de las Golondrinas board and staff for putting on this wonderful symposium for us all to participate in and learn from. And I especially like to thank Mike Taylor and Dan Goodman for inviting me to speak. I'm kind of like the guy who says, I don't know why they asked me here. But anyway, time is short, and I have a lot of chronological territory to cover. We're about 8,000 years. Rob was talking about, I don't know, 300 or 400 years, so that's about 20 times as much chronology that I need to cover. So I'm going to go through this pretty fast, and I apologize if I skim over some things that you want to know more about. Please ask questions or feel free to come up and talk to me at the breaks. Today, I'd like to talk to you about 8,000 years of Native American presence in the Santa Fe River corridor. This period encompasses gradual but fundamental changes from a predominantly mobile hunting and gathering lifeway to increasingly more settled farming and foraging and the eventual founding of the first villages within ancestral Puebloan homelands. While Native American knowledge about their deep connections to this area are preeminent, archaeological study of the physical traces left by past peoples provides another perspective on continuity and change. I will present an overview of a 50-year body of archaeological work derived from surface surveys and excavations. Surface surveys provide broad information on movement within and beyond the area, while excavation contributes more detailed evidence. My talk will trace the historical trajectory of indigenous peoples within the broader context of the northern Rio Grande region. Let's see here. And more locally, and I've kind of just defined this South Santa Fe River corridor because archaeologists like to do that. More locally, the South Santa Fe River corridor, which is the round oval that you can see kind of engulfing the Caja del Rio and the Santa Fe River and running up towards Santa Fe. Into this framework, I will also interject recent findings, and I mean recent like in 2021, about the more particular archaeological past of El Rancho de las Golondrinas and its surroundings. During the 20th century, archaeologists constructed a cultural and chronological sequence from their studies of archaeological sites. They created phases or periods that they named Paleo-Indian, Archaic, and Formative or Developmental, which you can see on the right-hand side under the Rio Grande classification. The Archaic is at the bottom, and at that time, they didn't really know how far back in time it went, but surmised it was about 6,000 years, and we've been able to refine that quite a bit over the last 50 years. Definition of these cultures is based on a series of unique and shared physical traits and patterns embodied in and inferred from complex toolkits and household goods, a variety of architectural styles, use and layout of outdoor spaces and facilities, and the acquisition or cultivation, processing, storage, and consumption of foodstuffs and material goods. We know the interpretations we seek to extract from very limited or fragmented sources are incomplete and may run counter to the knowledge of the descendants of those we purport to study, but do not speak for. However, it is what archaeologists have to work with, and with that in mind, let's get started. Paleo-Indian hunters basically are dated from about 9,500 to 6,000 BCE in the American Southwest. At the end of the Pleistocene era, bands of hunters roamed North America following herds of large mammals and living off a rich and diverse biome. While archaeologists find evidence of these Paleo-Indian hunters throughout the New World, we know of only one Paleo-Indian site in the Santa Fe area, located on an isolated butte near what is locally known as Diablo Canyon. These early nomadic Native Americans left many spear points dating from, and this will be kind of from left to right, and also it'll go from oldest to more recent, but we are talking about more than 11,000 years ago to about 8,000 years ago. Clovis, Folsom, Midland, Cody, and Plainview. From this elevated setting, hunters monitored nearby watercourses for movements of large game herds, now extinct megafauna, or species that survived into the Holocene. In addition to meat, Paleo-Indians consumed fruits, nuts, seeds, and roots of edible plants adapted to the cooler climes of the late Pleistocene, early Holocene transition. Access to a diverse landscape supplied everything they needed for food, shelter, clothing, and tool making. And you can see the sweeping views from the top of the mesa looking out Cañada Ancha in the Buckman area where the site was located, and the site surface on top of the mesa where where these artifacts were found by archaeologists. Why have archaeologists found only one Paleo-Indian site in a resource-rich area? One reason may lie in the fact that nomadic people lived in their camps for short periods of time and had mostly perishable possessions that did not preserve in open settings. Another factor is erosion, which erases or buries sites of great age, rendering them invisible to archaeologists. By 6,000 BCE, Paleo-Indian culture around Santa Fe and throughout the Southwest had disappeared or changed. I'd like to talk a little bit about the transition from Paleo-Indian to archaic, and don't all jump up and go, hurrah. Climate during the early Holocene changed from wetter and cooler to drier and warmer. And this slide, I put it up here mostly to give you an idea of the length of time we're talking about, and two of the major climatic periods, the altithermal and the metathermal, that we use to kind of define changes that occurred in the biome in the Southwest during that time. On the left, of course, we have the oldest, and on the east, we have better temporal resolution dividing a 4,000 year period up into about 5 different changes where changes in precipitation and temperature that affected what was available for our Paleo-Indian and archaic people. It affected what they could acquire to provide for their subsistence, basically, what they needed to live. The vast boreal forests receded and were replaced by dry climate adapted grassland plant and animal species. This change was accompanied by a change in human adaptations from a large game dominant seasonal pattern to one focused on broader spectrum of food sources. Did the Paleo-Indian people disappear? Did they become the archaic hunter-gatherers identified and described by us, archaeologists? Were they absorbed by new, better adapted people from the South and West? Or did they move away? Well, I tend to think that it's yes to all of those questions. It's most likely that not one, but all of them came into play. This change was not sudden, and it was not uniform across the North American Southwest and the Northern Plains. Here in the Santa Fe River Valley and across the juniper grasslands that extend to the edge of La Bajada and now are apparent in the Santa Domingo Basin below, the change was evident by 6,000 BCE, or before the Common Era, with the earliest of the archaic period hunting technology seeming to bridge Paleo-Indian and archaic with a more distinct adaptation occurring within the initial time span. And here I'm just wanted to show you some of the, these are some of the weeds that you'll find in your home, in the yards at your houses. Rice grass, goosefoot, amaranth, for instance, purslane. Everybody saw a lot of purslane this year, I think. And then some of your other plants, banana, yucca, and pinon nuts. This is pretty much what people, a large part of what people were making their living off of 6,000 to 8,000 years ago here in the South Santa Fe River corridor. So now I'd like to talk about hunter-gatherer bands in the southern Santa Fe corridor and the larger northern Rio Grande. And they were here from about 6,000 BCE to 900 CE, or Common Era, or what we used to call AD. Archaeologists describe the archaic people of the Southwest as hunter-gatherers because the physical evidence that they left behind and its environmental associations suggests they relied on a full spectrum of edible and utilitarian plants and game animals for food, clothing, and shelter. As the seasons changed, extended families that were part of larger kin-based bands traveled across the land in search of places with plentiful foods like the ones you can see on the slide, on the screen. From worldwide ethnographic studies, we estimate that in a single year, these large family groups might move within a territory of thousands of square miles, and in a lifetime, hundreds of thousands of square miles. They've moved around a lot. Bound by kinship and marriage, they selected leaders according to their age, skill, and knowledge. While living mostly in isolation, they periodically met with other bands to exchange food and information, conduct rituals, and meet potential marriage partners. What they left behind on surface sites, long-buried camps, and in sheltered caves and overhangs speaks of a rich, perishable material culture tradition grounded in a complex relationship with the land. Here in the northern Rio Grande, where cave sites are rare, we have to rely on a less rich record to identify and interpret this long and successful period of human occupation. The slide on the upper left is what we would call a surface site, where there were typically flakes of chipped stone scattered over an area marking the location of a camp where not very much soil had accumulated in the last 2,000, 2,000 or 3,000 years. The other two slides show buried deposits. The one on the right is from the Cañada Ancha area, and that little gray stain that you can see in the middle of the arroyo cut, that's the remains of a site that was about 3,500 years old. And further on the bottom site, you can see, you barely see a gray stain, here's right there, where the shovel is leaning, about 3 shovel lengths below the ground surface. So we got to look really deep and really hard to find these early and middle archaic sites on the landscape here. I'm talking a lot because I'm feeling pretty good about time. I hope that's true. Okay. So we're going to talk about the earliest hunter-gatherers, or from about 6,000 to 3,600 BCE. Oh, sorry, I'm going to go back. Yeah, just a little bit. Before I talk about that, I just wanted to show you kind of what the power of radiocarbon dating is in the American Southwest. About 30 or 40 years ago, we hardly had any radiocarbon dates for people living in this area before the 10 or 1200s AD or CE. And you can see that from about 4,000 to 8,500, we've made tremendous gains in the Santa Fe and Albuquerque area in our recovery of dates and creating a better understanding of how people place themselves on the landscape over a vast period of time. And the dips, the rises and dips that you see, we believe may represent changes in the environment that caused people to move in and out of the Albuquerque and Santa Fe areas in the South Santa Fe River corridor. Okay. Early archaic times were dry in New Mexico, and we're actually getting back to that now, it seems, with expansive grasslands barely able to support a hunter-gatherer lifestyle. The northern Rio Grande Valley acted as a natural corridor between the southern Rocky Mountains, Chihuahuan Desert, the Great Plains, and the Colorado Plateau. It was important as a large patch of pinon juniper woodlands with valley grasslands that provided archaic bands seasonal access to a diverse array of plant, animal, and lithic resources or stone resources. For many years, we identified early archaic sites from their distinctive dart points. In the early 1960s, Kenneth Honea of the Laboratory of Anthropology, working on the Galisteo Reservoir project, just a little bit down the road from here, reported on a point style that was transitional from late Paleo-Indian spear points to archaic dart points. Generally, early archaic points in the northern Rio Grande are large stemmed points with a long blade, slight shoulders, and a contracting stem. J points are earlier and generally larger than Bajada points. Bajada points exhibit basal thinning and concave bases, so concave bases and grinding or thinning along those bases, whereas J points have straight or convex bases. These are the attributes we use to differentiate these points and date sites, surface sites. The shift to smaller dart points suggests a focus on the more common deer, antelope, elk, and bighorn sheep that thrived in the drier settings. A few buried small sites along the Santa Fe River provide fleeting glimpses of early archaic life. I excavated one site where a small family camped on a wind-sheltered and warm southeast-facing hill slope overlooking the middle and upper reaches of the Santa Fe River. From the camp, the family enjoyed easy access to plants and animals of the Piedmont Hills. They left obsidian and chert flakes and bone splinters in a ring around a collapsed cobble-lined fire pit, evidence of having made tools and having consumed rabbit and deer while they were there. An atlatl dart point made from basalt acquired while they hunted and gathered along the Rio Grande lay nearby, along with a handstone or mano used to process fruits and seeds. Radiocarbon dating has made it possible for us to identify these rarely found small camps. This one is about 7,000 years old, which were the mainstay of early archaic settlement. This is the camp. It's, again, we found it in an arroyo, a small stain that we kicked daily for about 4 weeks before we finally decided to dig it. Here's the hearth I was talking about. After 7,000 years and under about 15 tons of soil, it's understandably flattened out. And this mano and metate were actually found at a site nearby, but they're representative of one of the most important parts of a woman's toolkit for hunter-gatherer family. It was the mano or the handstone, and metate, the lapstone that they ground the many seeds that they collected. Within the South Santa Fe River corridor is one of the truly remarkable early archaic locales found in the northern Rio Grande, the Bajada site. Located at the edge of the La Bajada Escarpment, LA 9500 overlooks the broad Santo Domingo Basin to the south with access to the upland Galisteo Basin and lower and middle Santa Fe River Basin. The artifacts that define this site cover 74 acres with a wide array of hunting, butchering, hide processing, and plant processing tools. The tens of thousands of artifacts, mostly from what archaeologists term the Bajada phase, dating from about 4,500 to 3,600 BCE, represent a repeatedly occupied camp where men and women took advantage of summer game herds and bumper yields of Indian rice grass. The scale of this site strongly contrasts with the small family camps and may have been a place where dispersed family groups congregated for group hunting and social interaction and information sharing. Truly a remarkable site. Here we can see examples of the Bajada points, some of the Bajada points that I showed you, sort of idealized examples of, that were recovered from this site by Cynthia Irwin Williams. And her team from Eastern New Mexico University in the mid to late 1960s when they were working there. I put this slide up just to kind of give you an idea of where we are in time, but also an idea of the changes in some of the material culture and architecture that occur through time. I just want to quickly call attention to this gentleman here who's throwing his spear at a bison. He's using what's called an atlatl, and it's the atlatls that are tipped with the dart points that I'm describing for you today. The atlatl had the point, a foreshaft, and then a long shaft that was projected from a notched throwing stick, basically. Atlatl is another one of those words from Mexico that we have adopted into our lexicon. Okay. The Archaic period forward, 3600 BCE to 500 CE. That's only about 4,100 years. By 3000 BCE, a cooler climate and an increase in annual rain and snow spurred greater plant productivity, resulting in more abundant game throughout much of the Southwest. From this time forward, based on excavation data that have been generated over the last 30 years, archaeologists have determined that archaic people flourished in the northern Rio Grande and the southern Santa Fe River corridor. We kind of divide this long period up to some smaller periods, and I'm going to talk a little bit about the Middle Archaic period, which we date from about 3600 to 1500 BCE. During the Middle Archaic, distinctive darts called San Jose points provide chronological indications of occupation for most of this period. These are characterized by large to medium stem points with a shorter serrated blade and a shorter stem with a concave base. The blade is often resharpened. Serration reduced the number of resharpening events and enhanced penetration and tissue damage, a more effective killing tool. Like early archaic points, San Jose points also emphasize point durability. Resharpening, which shortens the blade, decreases penetration efficiency, but increases point durability and use life. So they could reuse this point over and over again if they could recover it from the kill or from the hunt. The Middle Archaic period is when we see the expansion and intensification of late summer, early fall occupations along the Santa Fe River and near La Ciénega. Middle Archaic bands situated there, late summer, early fall camps on gentle slopes above major arroyos, affording access to water and fuel wood from snags and fallen dead trees. Along the Santa Fe River, the camps were set back from river valleys, affording a certain amount of seclusion from prospective game, animals, and other nearby bands of people. On the left is a Middle Archaic site before it was excavated. On the right is what we found after we removed roughly 1.5 to 3 feet of soil from the upper surface. And you can see these clusters of fire-cracked rock. They're actually roasting pits. This is the arroyo right here that is visible here to show you how much we've reduced. This is kind of the really grinding and gritty work of trying to identify, define, and interpret earliest peoples in the Southwest. At their base camp, a family typically found shelter in a small hut made from juniper and pinon boughs, brush, and mud. These partially subterranean dwellings were rarely more than 7 feet across and could only sleep 3 or 4 tightly packed family members. Camps like this one could occupy 5,000 square feet and contain evidence for making tools, parching grass seeds, roasting nuts, treating hides, and cooking meals. We recover the debris from making stone tools, as well as tools used to grind or pound seeds, nuts, fruit, and to scrape and shred plant fibers. I got that. We also find dense concentrations of obsidian chips for manufacture of dart points and preparation for hunting. This is a map of the site that I just showed you. The red blobs are the thermal features that we excavated. You can see a fairly large distribution, actually concentrated distribution of the features. These roasting pits were essentially concentrated into a very small area, but they seem to reflect between 8 and 9 different occupations of that locale by Middle Archaic people from about 3,400 BCE to 2,200 BCE. The occupants of a camp dug a variety of pits in the ground outside their houses in which to prepare food on a daily basis. Typically, there were about 3 or 4 that they would use during a season of occupation, and they would include shallow basins and some filled with fire-cracked cobbles that were heavily burned from repeated use. So the cobbles that you saw in the preceding photograph, they're actually a resource that people returned to the village or the site would use over and over and over. You don't really think of cobbles being a resource in that way, but they are. At the edge of camps are piles of discarded burned rocks. People used these pits to parch such foods as ricegrass seeds and goosefoot and leafy plants known as wild spinach, a leafy plant known as wild spinach or roast piñon nuts and yucca fruits. Camps that were repeatedly occupied may contain up to 40 roasting and thermal features. We find evidence that they were occupied every year or every 10 to 20 years or even every 100 years or so. We find evidence of pits and artifacts reused with little time and separated by wind and slope-delivered deposits. We suspect that they reflect annual and lifetime territory movements of families and their related kin. We assume that women and children forage daily for edible plants up to a distance of 3 to 5 miles from home. Such foraging activities left little in the way of tools or other detectable evidence on the surrounding landscape. Men and women, and some women, staged multi-day trips in the mountains to hunt game such as elk and bighorn sheep. At their hunting camps, they butchered the game and dried the meat for easier transport to their homes. We recognize their hunting camps by the accumulation of tools and waste chips of obsidian, chert, or quartzite found in them, along with 1 or 2 other hards. Just run through this. This is another Middle Archaic site that we found in an arroyo located along New Mexico 599 near Aldea. Again, you can see the line of cobble features. These are repeated camps. This was the earliest component in the site. It's a small structure. Here are the cobble features. These are actually paired, so they were using them together for roasting roots and also yucca fruits. They weren't used for roasting meat. They were strictly for plant and fruit processing. This is the central hearth to the structure that I just talked about. That was about 7 feet across. And after the structure fell into disuse, another group returned and they put a roasting pit in the middle of it. So we've got people living on top of people over the course of thousands of years at these sites. In the Lacienega area, you probably thought I wouldn't get there. 2 recently excavated sites revealed 7 burned and unburned pits containing charcoal that was radiocarbon dated from 3640 to 2030 BCE. One of the pits from LA 123007, and I'm sorry about the typo in this slide, yielded bison bone fragments from butchering and consumption, a rare example of small-scale hunting likely staged from a distant family camp. LA 193455 pits reflect similar positioning of small camps with access to patches rich in fall plant resources. These lightly used camps contrast with the more densely used camps described for the Santa Fe River. The late Archaic, 1500 BCE to 500 CE. In the Santa Fe area, the settlement pattern intensified during the late Archaic period. A dramatic increase in sites is represented by surface finds of Armijo and Enmedio points and a variety of other dart point styles. Armijo with these concave bases, and Enmedio points with convex bases, side notches, many of them with very broad blades. Both were still used as darts with atlatls to hunt deer, elk, and bighorn sheep. However, they start to become smaller in size. Residential sites are common and continue to evidence late summer and fall occupations in sheltered but well-watered southern exposure Piedmont settings. Pit storage capacity is limited, and thermal features or heating features continue to reflect processing and consumption of a wide variety of plant products. This is a map of an archaeological site at North Ridgetop Road from the late Archaic period, dates to about 1300 to 1100 BCE. This is a structure outline. It was used about 3 times. It's about 7 meters across. Downslope from the structure was a cluster of 3 processing features, and downslope from the processing features was a midden, or a place where they deposited the refuse from their processing and daily activities. This sounds a lot like a Puebloan pattern, but it's still archaic. Quick photo, a slide of the structure, the 3 roasting pits, the midden, and a photo of a wiki-up by Edward S. Curtis that will give you an idea of what the superstructure of this particular feature looked like. Recent excavations in 2020 by Paleo West at the foot of Cerro Cruz here in the Lacienega area yielded clusters of thermal processing and unburned pits. Clusters of pits reflect repeated occupation over a short time and intensified acquisition of processing and resources in this area. Tool-making debris included Jemez obsidian from the Jemez Mountains and chert, fine-grained materials that could be found in the local Ancha Formation deposits of this area. Extensive residential camps expanded into sheltered settings at the edge of juniper grasslands within a mile of the Santa Fe River in the Tierra Contenta area. Here's the golf course, Santa Fe Country Club. Here's Tierra Contenta, and the sites that I'm going to talk about briefly were located here and at the intersection of New Mexico 599 and Airport Road. Extensive residential camps have expanded. Many of these camps dating between 1700 to 900 BCE were organized and provisioned for longer occupations. Clusters of structures have been suggested as the equivalent of extended household communities. The Airport Road site, dated 1500 to 1200 BCE, and had a dense complex of thermal features, hundreds of tiny chips of butchered animal bone, predominantly deer and pronghorn, and a dense concentration of nearly 12,000 pieces of obsidian dart production debris that was mostly microdebitage, less than 3 millimeters long. So we were getting down to a very fine-grained scale in documenting the tool manufacturing behaviors and processes of these peoples at that site. I was told by the archaeologist who found the cluster that the ground glittered with obsidian. There was so much. The late archaic pattern is even more distinct after 1 CE, when shallow structure pits show evidence of moving into the later archaic period. I'll come back to that. When shallow structure pits show evidence of sequential occupations that occurred over a few years, and the addition of formal entryways, which was a cold weather feature, these favored camps that had dart points that looked more similar to arrow points and longer occupations have been suggested as a likely pathway through which domesticated plants may have been introduced. So here we have the Basket Maker 3 or Trujillo points, and they are getting smaller, they're corner notched, and many of them start to look very much like the points that we find associated with bow and arrow. We're starting to see changes that accompanied the introduction of domesticates and agriculture in the Southwest, which included bows and arrows, but we still haven't seen any of the architecture. These are a couple of the more intensely used pit houses or pit structures. They're very shallow, only about 8 inches deep, the bases with the superstructure over the top. They have multiple hards, storage pits, and this one had a south entryway. People were basically moving into this area and staying longer. They were extending the period of time that they were here. Las Golondrinas proper has 3 identified archaic period and archaeological sites, just to sum up archaic in the Las Golondrinas proper. One site, LA 127335, had 2 late archaic style dart points, buried thermal features, and grinding implements. It is very similar to sites just described. 2 other sites, one with a possible middle archaic component, are part of extensive multi-component surface artifact scatters and complexes of buried and surface features spanning from 3,000 or 4,000 years ago into the 19th and 20th centuries. These sites require careful reexamination and perhaps targeted recovery of charcoal-rich sediments for radiocarbon dating. They are the tip of the iceberg of a much richer pre-agricultural story within the Las Golondrinas property and the larger Lacienega area. At last, the first farmers in the Santa Fe region. In southern Arizona, corn cultivation was underway by 3600 BCE, down in here. On the Colorado Plateau, it started between 1600 and 1200 BCE and was widespread across the northern Southwest by 1000 BCE. Hunter-gatherers in the northern Rio Grande region, on the other hand, had minimally added cultigens by 500 CE, or Common Era, with the exception of Jemez Cave, where corn was dated to about 1400 BCE, but we did not find corn east of Jemez Cave, and it seems that it's more related to developments of early corn and agriculture in the Rio Puerco of the east to the west of Jemez Cave. Archaeologists attribute this late occurrence to a number of factors, including unsuitable temperature and rainfall patterns, and an abundant and diverse ecology that forestalled hunter-gatherer reliance on domesticated plants. In addition, the low regional population allowed people to freely move to food sources as seasons and climate changed. In the South Santa Fe River corridor, the earliest evidence for the use of corn was found near the confluence of the Santa Fe River and the Rio Grande floodplain along New Mexico 22 near Peña Blanca by the Office of Archaeological Studies in 1998. Excavation at LA 6171 uncovered large, deep, bell-shaped storage pits with burned interiors dating to about 400 to 600 CE. These features were similar to ones that have been found elsewhere in the Southwest dating from 1 to 500 CE, some of which served to store surplus corn. These are the outlines of these large bell-shaped pits overlooking, and the site is on the terrace overlooking New Mexico 22. Interesting to me, anyway, is that similar features were found at the Santa Fe Community Convention Center, site of one of the Tewa ancestral villages of Ogapoge. These are the features that we found at the convention center site. They're sort of oval-shaped, bell-shaped profiles, and they were burned. Both of the features from these two sites are almost 2,000 years later than the Jemez Cave. That's 2,000 years. It appears that the pattern described above for later adoption of agriculture in the northern Rio Grande was taken to an extreme from the foot of La Bajada North. The well-watered La Ciénega area may have yet to be found early agricultural sites. I find that as a pretty exciting prospect. The first community, 750 to 900 CE. By 750 CE, the first farming community is established at the foot of La Bajada at and surrounding the early agricultural site at LA 6171. This community was uncovered by Joint Office of Archaeological Studies, Office of Contract Archaeology, University of New Mexico excavation in 1998. It consisted of a cluster of 6 residential locations spread across a mile of lower river terraces above the broad floodplain of the Rio Grande. Each family had access to prime farmland. The inhabitants of this settlement lived in subterranean pit houses about 14 to 22 feet in diameter, each of which had 4 upright posts that supported domed roofs made from cottonwood limbs and branches, reeds, mats, and mud. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that the volume of soil dug for the structure was equivalent to optimal amount needed to cover the roof. People entered them by way of a ladder reaching down an open hatch in the roof. The floors of the houses had central fire pits to provide warmth, smaller cobble-lined hearths for light cooking, and small floor pits and wall niches to store daily food, personal items, and tools. The air intake for each house consisted of a floor-level horizontal tunnel that went through the south or east wall to a vertical air shaft. The air outlet was the hatched roof entry. Floor space was sufficient to accommodate 4 to 8 people comfortably. However, most daily activities occurred outside. The layout of floor features an orientation of the central hearth and its ash pit, which would be central hearth, ash pit, ventilator. Central hearth, ash pit, ventilator. Rio Grande, San Juan. Pit houses lived in by similar peoples living in different areas, but potentially of different cultures, actually. So the layout of these features changed subtly through time, from southeast to east, with east orientations predominating in the northern Rio Grande subterranean structures, and that continued into the historic era. Stephen Lakatos and others have suggested that continuity in this subtle architectural characteristic was important and is a physical manifestation associated with cultural identity. Following a harvest, families stored corn kernels and cobs in large, deep, bell-shaped pits placed near their homes. 1 or 2 storage pits, which were sometimes burned on their interior to harden the walls, held enough corn to feed a family for a year. Similar to archaic people, household members excavated a wide range of earthen and rock-lined pits to process, prepare, and cook foodstuffs. Using local clay, they fashioned rough surface jars for temporary storage and cooking and made bowls in which to prepare and serve and eat their meals. Cooking corn in ceramic pots enhanced its nutritional value by making starch more digestible. These early pottery types are similar to those made and found in the Albuquerque and Rio Puerco of the east areas, whereas it is believed the people living in Peña Blanca had ancestral and family ties. These people hunted rabbits, squirrels, prairie dogs, gophers, and the occasional deer around their gardens and fields. We believe they stayed in their village for most of the year. However, small groups traveled to hunting grounds for game animals more abundant in upland areas, like the upper Santa Fe River and the Pajarito Plateau. Able-bodied individuals made periodic trips to communities along the Rio Grande Valley and up the Jemez River to trade, exchange information, find marriage partners, and participate in communal rituals. Genetic pathologies observed on the skeletal remains of 3 women found at one of these residences suggest that at least 3 generations co-resided in the village. The Peña Blanca community thrived until 900 CE, when the farmers left and did not return for almost 200 years. They came to stay. Ancestral farmers established dispersed communities between 850 and 1000 CE in the Santa Fe River Valley, including perhaps LA 166 in the La Ciénega area and riverine settings in the Tewa Basin to the north. Clusters of sites from this period and later along river courses. We also see a gradual rise in population from about 1,000 to 1,100 CE, and then tremendous population increase from 1,100 CE to 1,300 CE in the northern Rio Grande region. Living in pit houses with jacal surface structures for storage, these people harvested corn from nearby floodplain fields. I show you this slide because this is an 1100 CE pit structure built inside of one of the earliest community structures from 750 CE. 200 years later, these people returned and they built their home inside the homes of people who had come before. Harkening back to their pre-farming days, these people hunted in the mountains and foraged widely in the foothills for all manner of plant and other natural resources. Some more of the pit structures that the people built. We see more diversity in the shapes and sizes. Here's one that's rectangular, looking at central hearths with ventilator. The orientations were almost exclusively to the east on these. People were marking their identity with their architecture. Potters now made black and white bowls, water jars, and canteens, elaborately decorated with mineral-based paint. And archaeologists call these pottery types red mesa black and white, and after 1050 CE, Quahi black and white. The use of mineral paint and the designs that we see suggest relations with people in the Red Mesa Valley to the west and the Rio Puerco of the east and the San Juan Basin. Unpainted cooking and storage jars were decorated in all manner of manipulation that we see in pottery making from over a 400-year period. There's tremendous accumulation of knowledge and use of that knowledge in the pottery made in the northern Rio Grande Valley at this time. People were more settled. They invested more in their personal and household items. They were able to domesticate turkeys for food and feathers, and they kept a surprisingly large number of dogs as work animals and pets. The first pueblos. By the early 1100s, extended family residence and hamlets were present from the foot of La Bajada north to Taos. Focused on riverine settings, residences similar to the earlier period with pit houses and a few surface rooms appear on the Pajarito Plateau. Similar sites are present in the Cochiti Reservoir area. The Arroyo Negro site in the Cieneguitas area along the Santa Fe River is a good example. Over the course of 50 years, its inhabitants erected 7 buildings, each with between 2 and 25 rectangular rooms, averaging 10 feet long by 7 feet wide, and they were about 7 feet high. They entered through the roof, and they had access through doors to interior rooms. Rooms used for living and cooking had hearths and a few subfloor storage pits. In these rooms, they stored their harvest surpluses and everything they needed to live their everyday lives. Small houses of 2 to 4 rooms accommodated single families of 3 to 8 individuals. One building had a 25-room linear arrangement of 2 or 3 rooms wide. It could have housed 30 to 50 people related by marriage and kinship. There were also several subterranean structures where residents likely participated in rituals and ceremonies, reinforcing their place in the social, natural, and sacred worlds. This layout presaged the large puddled adobe and masonry villages built throughout the northern Rio Grande after 1300 CE. Of interest is the utility pottery, which includes all manner of indented, incised, banded, and combination surface treatments. Tempering in the cooking and storage jars originated from the Pajarito Plateau in the Santa Fe River Valley, reflecting expanded settlement into these areas and connections with communities that returned to the foot of La Bajada. Archaeologists have suggested that this development reflects expansion of Tewa Basin families onto the Pajarito and the beginnings of in-migration from the San Juan Basin. Near Las Golondrinas, one large canyon edge village is contemporaneous with the developments described for this period. LA 166 is a multi-structure village with remnants of surface room blocks and probable residential and ceremonial pit structures. From the mesa top are 360-degree views of near and distant peaks and landmarks, and it is at the confluence of Ciénega Creek, Alamo Creek, and the Santa Fe River. With an estimated 250 rooms with 12 room blocks, it is the largest in the area, predating 1200 CE. Pottery is red mesa black and white, and Kana'a gray, the utility ware. LA 166 was a focal settlement during a time of population movement and settlement north of La Bajada. Knowing more about its relationship to upstream villages along the Pojoaque and Santa Fe rivers would greatly expand our understanding of the cultural dynamics and identity of peoples who first settled here and with those that followed later. I hope this introduction to 8,000 years in northern Rio Grande and South Santa Fe River Corridor archaeology has been of interest to you and will inspire you to look more deeply into the people that lived on this landscape. Thank you very much. And if I haven't put you to sleep, I'll take any questions. Amanda?
Was the Paleo-Indian points that they found at Diablo Canyon, were they sourced around here?
That's a good question. I think they were mostly non-local sources, although I believe there was at least one of Madera chert, which is a material that comes out of that's sourced from the Sangre de Cristo Mountains in the Bishop's Lodge and Hyde Park Road area. Yes, sir.
Just a clarification on the site numbering system. It seems to be numeric, so does that mean that if, for example, LA 195000 is literally the 195,000th site, or are there breaks in the system?
I'm really glad you asked that question because I didn't want to take time to explain the LA system. Now I will. Anyway, LA's Laboratory of Anthropology number. It's a numbering system that was established by H.P. Mera in the 19-teens and 1920s as he surveyed archaeological sites in the Rio Grande Valley. And as he went, he assigned a number to each site. When H.P. Mera became one of the first curators at the Laboratory of Anthropology in 1933 or 1935, he basically inserted his system into the Laboratory of Anthropology and then collected site numbers from everywhere in the state and built the site survey database that today has almost 200,000 sites in it that starts at LA1, which is Pindi Pueblo, at San Isidro Crossing, LA2, which is what we archaeologists call Agua Fria Schoolhouse at San Isidro Crossing, to 200,000. So yes, sequential. And also I can tell when sites were found by their number because I have an idea of when the first sites were found and some of the intervals along the way.
Stephen, I wanted to ask, you were talking about the fire-cracked rock at some of the sites, and you were talking about some of the pits that were being used for processing food. So just to clarify, how were those rocks being used? Were they being used to heat up water that was in processing food, or to
They
steam
were used
things?
in two ways, I think. One was that the rocks were heated in the pits and created a hot bed that then yucca fruits could be roasted and baked on top of. But then they were also heated and dropped into baskets that had filled with water to heat the water with which the meal from the ground grass seeds were mixed into to create the stews and gruels and foods that the people ate. And if you want a really good description of this, you'll ask Heather. But yes, so yeah, the fire-cracked rock was a resource because they could use it over and over. Cobbles that have been lightly used, they just show a little bit of heat crazing and a small amount of cracking. What we typically find are what were formerly cobbles maybe about that size, showing up as pieces about that size. So they're breaking into 5, 6 pieces after many reuses. And then, as I said, the cobbles were stored or actually put aside into dumps, which is something that you expect to hear more of when people talk about ancestral Puebloan villages and middens, but archaic people had middens as well. Oh, sorry.
Mr.
Yes,
Post,
Laura.
we do have a question from Chad on Facebook, and he's wondering if there are ways that he can do further research on an LA site.
Access to site information is restricted to permitted archaeologists and researchers. If he's an archaeologist, then he can apply for access to that information. Otherwise, if he wants to know about specific LAs, there isn't really a way for him to get at that information because site locations are protected by state and federal law. Yeah, and pillage sites, yes. Yes, Carl.
Yeah, I was going to ask, related to that, what, if any, are the requirements around, these resources that you all discover and find in terms of development, preservation, and how do they differ on public versus private lands?
Oh, that's another hour. No. But yes, great question, thank you. Santa Fe, City of Santa Fe and Santa Fe County have their own local ordinances that require archaeological surveys be conducted in advance of land disturbing activities like subdivisions, lot splits, quarrying activities. And then there are state and federal laws that extend to the use of state monies on state or federal monies on state or federal lands or on private land, for projects on private lands where state and federal monies are involved. So state law, the Cultural Properties Review Act, and federal laws, the National Historic Preservation Act. And out of those two very important pieces of legislation we have a number of different guidelines and ways that actually archaeologists follow very well prescribed and closely prescribed methodologies that are dictated by state and federal law, for instance, within the statutes that are available within New Mexico and at the federal level. Santa Fe City and County are pretty unique in New Mexico because they're really the only two non-state entities that have had a large amount of archaeology completed under their statutes. There's some work being done in Taos and Rio Arriba and San Miguel counties, but they have a long way to catch up to what's been done in Santa Fe and Santa Fe County since 1987. Wow, so many questions. I'm overwhelmed. Yes, ma'am.
Just related to that. So is the archaeologist called to the site before the
Good-
ground's broken,
good-
or how does that work?
Yes, because typically in advance of state and federally funded projects, archaeologists are contracted to conduct surveys and excavate sites that are going to be disturbed by the undertaking or the activity. In Santa Fe City and County, the city and county advises individuals as to archaeologists who are permitted by the state and puts them in contact with them by way of a state-maintained list. So I have worked in city and Santa Fe archaeology since the first ordinance, when the ordinances were first instituted in 1987 and 1988. Typically, I get an email or a phone call when I'm working for private individuals. Otherwise, when I worked for the Office of Archaeological Studies, we worked a lot for the New Mexico Highway Department. And in fact, New Mexico had one of the first contract archaeology programs in the country that was instituted in 1954, 1953, something like that. Yes, Mike.
Is La Cienega flagged as a special high-density district for archaeological resources within the Santa Fe County, and thus requires more intensive survey, or is it considered as an equal to any other part of this?
I think that the La Cienega area, besides a large part of it is an area of critical environmental concerns designated by the Bureau of Land Management. And probably out of that designation, the county has, I believe the La Cienega and Cienegilla areas are within what the county calls areas of high potential. So they are people living or archaeological projects that need to be completed within the area are held to the highest standard, and those standards are now matched with state code, with state statute. Hope I answered your question.
We do have
Yes,
another
Laura.
question on Facebook from Jeff, and he's wondering about the in and out processes of population movements and settlements of the areas as people are moving north up the northern Rio Grande region.
So he's wondering about the which kind of processes?
The in and out processes.
Oh, in and out processes. Thanks, Jeff. That's a great question. I will never get out of here, and you will tire of hearing me. And Eric Blindman is going to talk about a little bit about this in his presentation, I believe, not to drop the ball on top of Eric's head. But what I'd just like to say is that what we see as archaeologists is establishment of the first agricultural villages or group, I want to say settlements, along the Rio Puerco of the east and the Albuquerque area. This is based on radiocarbon and dendrochronological dating. That occurs somewhere between about 1 and 500 CE. And it happens pretty fast. And it's not that the developments that were contemporary with these developments, it's not that these developments were developed in situ. They, in fact, seem to represent the movement of peoples who already had fully expressed agricultural lifeway into the Albuquerque area. And then gradually, through time, what we see is a pulsing between about 300 and 900 CE, pulsing of populations from south to north and then probably back south again. And they seem to be testing the waters. And what they're looking for, of course, are the ideal environmental conditions or climatic conditions for the cultivation, successful cultivation of maize/corn. But Eric will talk more about that.
Thank you, Stephen. That was a great presentation. You covered a lot of ground. I thought you were the perfect guide across the millennia. So we are going to take a short 15-minute break. For those of you who are at home or in your office pretending like you're working, we'll be back in 15 minutes. So don't go anywhere. This is the Las Golondrinas live sessions. Welcome back, everyone, to the Golondrinas live sessions with a special presentation of our 50th anniversary History and Archaeology Symposium. Our next speaker is Dr. Eric Blinman, who's been involved in archaeology in the Western United States since 1967, focusing on ancestral Puebloan archaeology since 1979. His undergraduate training was at UC Berkeley, and his graduate degree is in anthropology from Washington State University. Eric joined OAS staff in 1988 and served as an acting director for the Museum of Indian Arts and Culture in '99. His research activities have included paleoclimate studies, tribal consultations, archaeomagnetic dating, and reconstructions of the social history of Puebloan peoples. However, he's probably best known for his research on pottery and textiles and for his participation in Office of Archaeological Studies educational programs throughout New Mexico. Dr. Eric Blinman was appointed director of the Office of Archaeological Studies in 2006. And today, we're happy to have him here speaking to us about archaeology within the southern Santa Fe corridor, Santa Fe County, New Mexico, from 1250 AD through 1600. Without further ado, Dr. Eric Blinman.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here. Where Steve was struggling to make it through 8,000 years, I have to struggle to make it through 8,000 slides. But hopefully it won't be that much. It's common these days for a lot of presentations to include land acknowledgements at the beginning. And in this particular case, I think you'll see why I'm not very specific by the time we get to the end of the presentation. But we are on, without question, Native American land, and you'll enjoy the complexities of all of that over the next 45 minutes to hours. So let's go. Archaeology, in my conception of it, is nothing more than history. It is a means of building histories. We'll use written records whenever we can get them, but most people know us for what we do in the way of crime scene investigation sorts of evidence gathering and interpretation. That's a very, very European discipline. And in the southwestern United States, archaeology in its history, deep history, has been extremely exploitive, so that there is tremendous amount of tension between some Native American groups and some Native Americans and the histories that archaeologists produce. In my attempts to reconcile at least some of this, archaeology is actually a science only in the sense that everything I tell you I believe right now, but everything I tell you is intended to be criticized. Everything I tell you is a model, it's an interpretation, it's the best we can do with the evidence that's available, but it doesn't necessarily need to be truth. The deep history of archaeology, working on the rich material culture of the greater Southwest, but what we have moved to from antiquarianism into the modern world is where we're trying to work with a full range of evidence to really build a cultural, ecological view of history and adaptation of native peoples, or human beings really, not just native peoples, but human beings to a very, very dynamic physical and even cultural environment. We build our circumstantial arguments, and again, we can't necessarily prove anything, but I hope to convince you of a lot before the end of this presentation. This is sort of a there and back again presentation in that I'm actually going to start in the present. All archaeological histories, if they do not effectively contribute to our understanding of the present, they are not grounded in anything. And there's a lot of time periods in the pursuit of archaeology where that hasn't necessarily been honored, where there was a sort of a great relief on the part of the archaeologists that they could disconnect their stories from the present and do just fine with tenure and everything else. In this formulation that I'm going to take here, we're going to start from the standpoint of the diversity of contemporary peoples. We're going to look at historical linguistics and how that informs our view of history. There's going to be a fair amount of demography. Steve hinted at that in his presentation. And we're going to talk some about the way climate change has interacted with the history of human occupation of this area. But probably most important and most interesting by the time the presentation is over is the narrative that is woven around interaction and migration of distinct native peoples in the Southwest. This is the Smithsonian Handbook's map of Native American languages at contact. The colors represent language families. The individual named subdivisions within the colors are actual languages. We can sort of interpret that as ethno-linguistic groups or tribes or cultures or just about anything that we really want to view. But the important elements here are the language families and the concept that these are at contact. If you're not familiar with the diversity of peoples in the Southwest, Kiowa-Tanoan is the major language group in the central sort of Rio Grande Valley. The Apachean languages surround the Puebloan world, including the Navajo within Apachean. Creeson language family is Acoma-Tacochi, and then Zuni is an isolate, and then Hopi is the lone Uto-Aztecan language family expression within Pueblo adaptation. If we flip over to glottochronology, and glottochronology is an aspect of historical linguistics where the linguists assume models of regular change within languages and then try to look at similarities and differences between languages in the same family to build trees of relative difference of sort of differentiation of languages within language groups. And we can see that we've got in the depth of time that the Puebloan adaptation developed, we have at least 4 distinct language families represented. And anytime that archaeologists come up with anything fewer than 4 culture histories within the greater northern Southwest, they're sort of glossing over our collective responsibilities to build history. In the time periods that we're dealing with, I'm going to follow Richard Wilshusen's studies of trying to link the earliest appearance of the Athabascan peoples in the Southwest. And when he wrote his summary, the earliest evidence was 1425 in the Panhandle of Texas. So that The Apachean peoples are relatively latecomers, potentially immediately preceding the Europeans in terms of their presence. However, that does not disenfranchise Apachean peoples like the Navajo, who have adopted Puebloan religious elements from claiming cultural descendants from Puebloan institutions that are long before their physical arrival. So that it gets really sort of politically sensitive, but when we get into the realm of what is cultural affiliation, who has a right to a voice in terms of the differentiation or the disposition of ancestral remains. Just a quick background model introduction to language differentiation. If we're all in this room conversing, we will share vocabulary, we will share pronunciation. If you take us and you physically separate us into two different geographic spaces and we stop conversing between the two groups, there is slow drift in pronunciation and new words being adopted and ideas, and you slowly develop dialects, and then eventually with enough geographic separation, you have distinct languages. And this is a very sort of regular, simple pattern. One of the most exciting recent studies in linguistics in the Southwest was Scott Ortman's effort to use a words and things approach to breaking down the history of languages within the Kiowa-Tanoan language family. And basically what this does is it says that if you introduce a technological innovation within a given speech community, all daughter speech communities will be traceable back to that root, that basic mother tongue. But if an innovation is produced and introduced into a language after a separation of speech communities, there can be different words built up. And when you combine a words and things approach to linguistic studies with archaeological information, we have Kiowa-Tanoan as a single speech community in the late Archaic, and corn was introduced into that speech community when it was a single speech community. Then by the time early pottery is adopted and we have the axe and the pit house, the Kiowa-Tanoan branch or the Kiowa branch of the Kiowa-Tanoan group had already separated off as a distinctive speech community. When we have the elaboration of pottery forms, things like ladles and really specialty items, the ancestors of the modern Jemez people had already split off from the ancestors of Tewa-Tiwa. And then we continue on down the line. Some of the more interesting things is that there are greater degree of loan words into Tiwa than into Tewa after they have split from each other. And a lot of those words that distinguish Tiwa from Tewa are related to ceremonial items that people attribute to Chaco Canyon or the observation of ceremonies that are going on in Chaco. Then another feature which will come up later in the presentation is that there's an unusual amount of linguistic borrowing between northern Tiwa and Tewa. In Scott's study, he characterizes it as more borrowing than can be expected simply by proximity of two peoples living in adjacent territories. So that's sort of the grist for some of the mill. Now, Steve really set the stage beautifully with the establishment of major agricultural communities above La Bajada only after AD 900. And AD 900 is the time that Scott sets for the split between Proto-Tiwa-Tewa and the individual speech communities that end up being Tiwa and Tewa. So it's very, very likely that it's that establishment of large populations above La Bajada that initiate the ethno-linguistic identity of the Tewa. Scott would actually disagree with me, but that's another story. The other thing is that all of our language maps, all of our word counts, word characterizations are based on the post-contact time period. And in the post-contact time period, we cannot forget that there's a tremendous impact of European colonialism on the native peoples. We've got, the missionizations starting in major force in the early 1600s, but the impact actually happens before that. When we look at population curves for the greater, actually in archaeology, period, archaeologists are notorious for criticizing each other's population estimates. Nobody trusts anything that anybody else does. But one of the things that we have in common, since we have multiple approaches to population estimation in the northern Rio Grande Valley, is the shape of the curve. I don't worry about when exactly the peak was. I don't worry about how high the peaks were. But what I'm interested in is the shape of the curve. Now, most of the time when you see these curves, people are focused in on the upslope because we're interested in the migrations of people and population, demographic changes, I should say, that are part of the pre-European culture history of this part of the world. What I'm interested in, and what all of us should be interested in, is this incredible crash in population that is evident where we go from a peak down to a nadir, and basically 8 out of 10 Native American peoples in the northern Rio Grande died. And I've got my own sort of culture history dating information from the Galisteo Basin, where this population crash really is accelerating at AD 1500. We do not have any supporting data from human skeletal studies to say that we have a massive pandemic that is killing off everyone. But I think that's the only explanation that makes sense under this. Remembering that, anything I say is intended to be criticized. So, if we have, prior to Coronado setting foot in New Mexico, if we have 80% of the native population dying off, that is an incredible cultural impact. And the next sort of graphic to sort of set in your mind, these are Al Schroeder's locations of sites that were occupied at the time of the historic period. The little tiny dots are all of the sites that are dated to those time periods. The great big dots, and I need to throw at least 1 or 2 more on there, are mission communities where the Spanish religious and secular institutions reduced the dispersion of native communities on the landscape into singular villages that we have today. So that when we see this map of contemporary Puebloan peoples, and when we think of them, especially in terms of federally recognized tribes, which are the Pueblos today, we're looking at a cultural landscape that was created by an incredible pandemic and the imposition of European settlement pattern constraints and land tenure constraints on what should have been a much more widely distributed native population than even we have out of our sort of ethnographic present view of the world. Then we segue over to the brief view of climate. The amount of piñon nuts, bunnies, and bambis on the landscape kept everybody happy in a sort of non-oppressive agricultural mode, as Steve describes. And here up above La Bajada, where you had really a life of leisure, remembering that hunting and gathering cultures have the greatest amount of leisure time, and we, as petty bureaucrats, have the least. So before 900, there's a lot of environmental sort of correlation going on with archaic and early agricultural settlement. But the biggest impacts of climate on human populations are when those villages become essentially dependent on maize cultivation. Maize germinates with winter soil moisture, matures with monsoon rains, and you have to have a frost-free period long enough to get that crop to full maturity. That means all of the farming economies in the northern Southwest are on the margins. Any change in those dynamics of the monsoon situation, amount of rainfall you get, and growing season length, any fluctuation in those, and you can seriously undermine the stability of the economies. Thank God we have the treeing researchers down at the University of Arizona who, with lots of archaeological wood to work with and lots of time on their hands and tremendous amounts of NSF money, working with tree rings, we have the best, most detailed climatic record of any place in the world here in the Southwest. And that record is absolutely phenomenal. Most of us are used to low elevation records, which are measures of moisture. High elevation records are much rarer, but they are measures of growing season length or cold. The tree ring researchers have managed to correlate tree growth patterns with modern evidence of crop yields, so that you can have a transfer function and you can say, oh, yeah, in the past this would have been a really good year, a bumper crop of corn, versus no, this was probably an area of short-term drought. The other thing to remember is that every time you see one of these sawtoothed curves, it's been smoothed by running means. It's actually much more variable than that. But that's okay. We'll pretend that human beings are smooth as well. This is our high elevation cold records. Unfortunately, one is Pikes Peak area, the Almagre Mountain. The other, thank God, is San Francisco Peaks. San Francisco Peaks was developed more recently, and it validated the use of Pikes Peak as a proxy for cold in our part of the world. One of the most interesting things is a multivariate study that was conducted by Don Grable. And unfortunately, he died before he could publish it. And Dean and Funkhauser ended up pulling it all together and publishing it, although they admit that they're not 100% sure they knew exactly what Don did. And the upshot of it is that there's a very, very stable pattern in tree growth over the entire Four Corners area for most of the past 2,000 years. But there's a period of time between about 1190 and about 1530 where tree growth suddenly becomes chaotic. And the implication is that there's a stable but variable maize agricultural pattern in the climate for most of the formative time period in the Southwest. But you cannot rely on consistency of climate in this window between circa 1190 and 1538. And the reason there's ambiguity about those endpoints is that everything was done in 25-year bins. So we know that the changes took place after a certain time period, but we don't know where in the 25 years preceding that change was initiated. Cold has an effect in the sense of when one of the models that's used to interpret this is that when you cool off the center of the continental landmass, you actually change the timing and reduce the power of the high pressure systems that draw monsoon-laden moisture into the Southwest. And the difference between the top of the orange line or orange zone and the bottom of the orange zone is the northernmost extent of monsoon rainfall distribution on an average year versus in the cooler climate regimes, the northern distribution of monsoon rainfall is falling short. It's falling at the bottom end of that. And those climate variables do have a large effect. I've been accused of being an environmental determinist, and in part I am. There's a point where if you can't grow corn, you can't grow corn. And if your whole cultural outlook and economy is based on that, well, you've got to adapt. So in that sense, I am. So if we ignore climate at our peril, we have to be careful that we're not drawing correlations just because they're convenient. But then, as I say, the models are intended to be criticized. This is the regional geography. I love this old sort of colored shaded relief map. When you see a red dot on any of my maps, that's basically the approximate location of Las Golondrinas. Don't be misled, whoever was crazy enough to have drawn this map originally, put the location and the black dot for Santa Fe at the interchange up at Old Pecos Trail. Not quite right. So these are the general regions that have either topographic expressions that we should be aware of or end up having geographic areas that enclose important aspects of the cultural history of the northern Southwest. And by the way, there's in the transition between different computers and different software, you'll see sort of oddities in font distribution. In the translations, the fonts that I created this in got bumped up a little bit. And so like background 4, we'll blame Microsoft for that. All right, so another quick demographic background thing. On the lower right portion of the graph, there is that sort of orange cone with the label 0.7 to 1.0% population growth curve. That's the population growth that we should expect if we started with a population at AD 1100. And what I do is, this is my, we don't need no stinking migrants slide, which isn't true at all. There's absolutely migration going on there. But we often estimate the power of human communities to reproduce themselves quickly. All you have to do is reduce infant mortality and get people to the point where they're reproducing in their late adolescence, and you can have remarkably large increases in population. So when we see curves like this, we cannot assume that migration is contributing to it unless we can demonstrate that migration is contributing to it. Archaeological regions and context, so we just moved back our focus one more step, and you can see where Los Golondrinas sits relative to things like Gallina, Chaco, Kayenta, and southern Cibola, and Mesa Verde. And all of those locations are famous in archaeological terms, and all of them are going to figure in the next portions of the narrative. We cannot avoid knowing or referring in some way to the archaeology of the Four Corners region, because that is the area that's abandoned at the coincidence with the population increases we see in the Rio Grande Valley. And so the important part for us is simply that if you look at the cultural history in Gallup, and if you look at the cultural history in Dolores, Colorado, starting at AD 575, 600, those sequences are absolutely identical all the way up until the Chaco ceases to be a central place. And when Chaco ceases to be a central place in the mid-1200s, then those cultural trajectories balkanize a little bit. But they're still the same culture histories across that huge Four Corners area. That huge Four Corners area encompasses all of the Chaco road networks, the outliers, the Chaco system as a whole, and you should note that it does not stray into the Gallina, and it does not stray into the Rio Grande Valley. So that where Chaco is an important place, it's an important place within that frame of the Four Corners region. When Chaco is a central place, it's thriving on a remarkably benign agricultural climate, where if you have 3 years worth of corn storage in your storage room, you're buffered, and you can make it through most droughts. So that you get community stability, residential stability, and if you try to fill up your storeroom by planting more hectarage and you happen to hit a beautiful, wonderful wet year, you then have tremendous surplus. And Lynn Sebastian, as part of her dissertation work, correlated building episodes of Chaco with periods of surplus, not unlike oil and gas revenue in the New Mexico state spending on capital outlay. So Chaco is becoming important, coincident with the establishment of the agricultural communities above La Bajada, coincident with AD 900, and coincident with the differentiation of Proto-Tewa from Proto-Tiwa. The Central Chaco doesn't become monumental until AD 1020, when it starts becoming monumental, and it's that late time period when Tewa and Tiwa are completely different speech communities that we see interaction between Tiwa ancestors and the Carisans who are in Chaco Canyon. Chaco is central place, maintains uniformity in design style in the four corners, and that the stylistic elements that are associated with Four Corners design style spill over into the Rio Grande. But what's interesting is they're not always executed in the Rio Grande, Red Mesa and Cuaje being the pottery types involved. They're not always executed with a full understanding of the design syntax as it's executed within the Four Corners area. I wish we had more whole pots to work with, where that would be more evident. But we see the elements being popular, but not necessarily the rules of combining them. The other aspect of the northern Rio Grande up here is that the clays that they're making the pots of fire at relatively low temperatures, where mineral paint requires very high temperatures. And so often, and the clays in the Four Corners region require high temperatures, so mineral paint and the Four Corners clays go together beautifully and you get good black on white designs. In the Rio Grande Valley, often you get soft, reddish brown, brown paints instead of black paints in the mineral paint horizon. And if, when we're walking over one of the sites of this time period up here, if we see a beautiful black on white sherd, the chances are good if we look at its temper, we'll see that it's an import from the San Juan Basin. So Chaco as a phenomenon really doesn't stray beyond its road systems, but everybody in the Gallina area and the northern Rio Grande were either observers in the case of the northern Rio Grande or rejectors in the case of the Gallina of the concepts that were unifying and being expressed within the Chaco landscape. All right, so now Chaco collapse, mid-1200s. Everything sort of gets kicked off and we get to move in different directions. The mid-1200s drought is expressed differently in the Rio Grande Valley, but it's still a drought here in the Rio Grande Valley. The impact of this is the first pulse of migrants that we see coming from the San Juan Basin into the Rio Grande. And what we see in that migration is populations moving into the Rio Puerco, down the Rio Jemez, and as Steve most eloquently demonstrated with excellent archaeology down on New Mexico 22, thank you, Steve, we can watch Proto-Caricen peoples enter the Rio Grande Valley as part of the first migration. Most archaeologists think of one migration. We must think of at least two. And the first one being circa 1150 CE. And these Caricens are coming into a cultural landscape in the Rio Grande Valley where ancestral Jemez, ancestral Tewa, and ancestral Tiwa speech communities are already well established as different. In this time period, we see the Caricen peoples moving up the southern part of the Pajarito Plateau. At the same time, we see the Tewa moving up onto the Pajarito Plateau in the north, taking agricultural fields to the higher elevation rainfall that is being encouraged by the drought. And so we've got a lot of movement on the landscape initiated by this mid-1200s drought. We have the occasional fortuitous discovery of a sherd with mineral paint on the Pajarito Plateau that really looks like it was a southern San Juan Basin potter trying her hands at firing Pajarito Plateau clays for the first time. and blowing them up. In other words, the clays in the Rio Grande Valley and on the Pajarito Plateau fire at such low temperatures that if you apply Acoma-style techniques to them, you're going to destroy your pots. And that's what we expect to see. Similarly, there's a long history in the Rio Grande Valley, in Tewa and Tiwa, of building your cooking jars with applying the fresh coil clay on the inside of the growing vessel, versus in the Four Corners area, the potter's habit is to apply the fresh coil clay to the outside. There's a little irony in this, in that the early archaeologists like Kidder cut their teeth in the Four Corners area, and they were used to seeing the beautiful corrugation, and they thought that's what they should see everywhere. And so when they came into the Rio Grande Valley to see the pot on the right, upper right, they came up with phrases like blind corrugated, smeared indented corrugated, almost pejorative assessments of the aesthetics of the cooking jars. And this really is just the difference in how you build the cooking jar, and nothing more. So that I've actually taught modern Tewa potters who wanted to learn how to make indented corrugated pottery. They hated it. The hand motions were all wrong, and they dropped it. It was just too stressful to try to change the way you make a pot to just make that corrugated texture. What that means is that we actually have a tool where we can track individual potters or communities of potters during these migration periods to try to figure out where they're coming from, if they're moving from the southern San Juan Basin into the Rio Grande. And then, of course, the pottery style gives us a way to try to date this. In this particular assemblage from the Galisteo Basin, we're looking at something that may be a bit earlier than my climate models would tell me it should be, but it's still an invasive potter or community coming into this area. So the next big climate threshold, we've got the drought in the mid-1200s, then the next climate threshold is the change in monsoon distribution that begins to hit around 1180. And that change, which is influenced on a regional scale, really undermines the agricultural potential up north. At the same time, we have Steve and his brilliant archaeology down at Peña Blanca. We have archaeomagnetic dates that can actually watch the way Carisan potters, the raw material selection of Carisan potters, we can watch them cross the Rio Grande at AD 1200, pushing across, moving up the Galisteo Creek, moving up the Santa Fe River Valley, and establishing what is an oral tradition boundary of longstanding between the Tewa and the Caras on the Pajarito Plateau. And probable, and this is where I'm really getting into speculation, but I think it's true, who was living in the Rio Grande Valley that was displaced by the Carisans when they crossed the Rio Grande? Well, these were Tiwa communities. And the glottochronology and linguistic comparisons suggest that southern and northern Tiwa have been separate since about 1200 AD. And if displaced Tiwa communities, if even a couple of them found their way into the Taos Valley, that would account for the separation of Tiwa speech communities into two. In this model, we'll quickly sort of jump to the end. Taos oral tradition has the origins of Taos being conflict within the valley between the southern population and the northern population. That conflict was won by the south, And the peace accord that was achieved had everyone live in Taos Pueblo. Everyone agreed to speak Tiwa and to bring their ceremonies. Now, if you know much about Taos ethnography, there's a diversity of kiva systems. There's a really beautiful, elegant pattern of populating and reproducing kiva societies that keep the community together rather than splitting it apart. And if those original residents in the Taos Valley were Tewa speakers, then you account for Scott Ortman's observation of the incredible borrowing. At the same time, if we have conflict in the Taos Valley through the 13th century, then we're looking at a reason for people to leave the Taos Valley, which may be some of the population that increases the village sizes in the Rio Chama. So now, of my 8,000 slides, we will pump further. So we have, through into the early 13th century, we have the movement of people from the Santo Domingo Basin up into our area. We have other people coming into the Galisteo Basin because all of a sudden the climate change has taken an area where you cannot grow corn today and it turned it into a farming oasis. So people are running into the Galisteo Basin from all different directions. And then we get to the late 1200s. If we look at the Mesa Verde region, the Mesa Verde region peak population really hits in the very, very late 1200s. And the big questions come about because the cliff dwellings are this very, very narrow phenomenon. They are the last desperate gasp of the people to hang on to a way of life. And what we see in the excavated areas below Mesa Verde is walled villages, evidence of violence, and the real question comes down to be how many people survived intercommunity violence in the Mesa Verde region to migrate. So if we look at when Mesa Verde depopulation starts and its timing, it comes late into our population estimates for the Rio Grande Valley. And even though generations of archaeologists have wanted to believe that Mesa Verde migrants contributed to the occupation of this area, we don't buy it. Instead, we see pottery design styles that come in from similarities at the abandonment of Chaco and then spread with independent trajectories, so that what we see in this graph is the independent trajectory that results in Mesa Verde black on white. And when it's manifest at the same time of the abandonment in the Galisteo Basin, we don't see that design style. We see something derivative of McElmo, Chaco McElmo black on white. If we actually look for evidence of Mesa Verde migrants, we find them all on the west side of the Rio Grande, but we do find potters, evidence of potters here in the east. And again, Steve Post, man of the hour. This beautiful ladle that he discovered in one of the 599 kilns is a classic example of northern San Juan design style executed in resources here in the northern Rio Grande. Right there. So we have this dynamic landscape. We have Carisan and Tewa coming into the Galisteo Basin from the north. We see Las Golondrinas sitting right there, sort of in the frontier land. If we look at Pindi Pueblo has multiple occupations. The lowest one is just a homestead, and then it gets replaced by a later, larger pueblo, and then that gets replaced by an even later settlement. It is perfectly possible that if we applied our tools of attempting to look at ethnic identity, that we could actually see Carisan and Tewa washing over this landscape in sequential occupations. And this is sort of what we want to look for. Up in the Galisteo Basin at the El Dorado interchange off I-25, this used to be right underneath that interchange. East-facing, this is, Steve pointed out, east-facing ceremonial orientations. Those are associated with the Tewa-speaking communities. This seems to be a Tewa speech community. Burnt corn, dated to the 1290s, not a Mesa Verde migrant site based on pottery design styles, but probably Carisan in its affiliation. James Sneed, working with the Tano Origins Project, what he documented was initial homesteading with the climate change and the opening up of the agricultural landscape, homesteads clumping up into hamlets, then major fires in patterns of burning as if there's intercommunity conflict. And it's this intercommunity conflict that leads to the aggregation of the superpueblos that we see as La Cienegilla, as La Bajada, down at the base of La Bajada, and Pueblo San Marcos. So that we've got aggregation as a response to conflict and establishing a new sort of truce, and I'm going to sprint through this because I'm into question time. What we see, come on, I know it's here. Right there. What we see is this multi-ethnic landscape that existed pre-Spanish arrival with Carisan pueblos on the west, Tanoan pueblos on the east, but all of these subject to this incredible population crash as a result of both the return of the old monsoon pattern, which happened sometime right about the same time as the possible epidemics are coming in. And all of this economic stress, because the rains are now going back up north. And by the way, who's back up north when the rains arrive there? Apachean peoples. The Apachean peoples that adopt corn agriculture become sedentary and pick up religious beliefs that go along with corn agriculture, transform their Apache identity into the Navajo. So we have Navajo ethnogenesis initiated by climate change. The big drought associated with this also sets up the population here for the Spanish Entrada. I joke, and it's not really a joke, that the Spanish probably could not have successfully colonized northern New Mexico if they had tried it without the pandemic and they had tried it 150 years earlier. So, all of these dynamics figure in. The Pueblo Revolt is fascinating. I regret horribly that Pueblo San Lázaro was excavated by Forrest with almost no documentation, because in his historic room block, he had a room full of domesticated animals that had been slaughtered and consumed in this gluttonous feast. And it probably is the Pueblo Revolt incident right there being laid out in front of us, but we'll never really know. So that's it. So ask me a question about all those slides that I skipped over. I think if I can sum up, I think one of the important things is that this area really is a frontier. It's really a borderland where you have in a native cultural and economic adaptation, where you have the movement of ethnically very, very different peoples back and forth over this landscape. Okay, questions?
Eric, I know it's complex, but can you give us a little bit of a sense of which pueblos claim this Lacienega Valley as ancestral homelands to some extent?
It really varies, and it varies in very strange ways. La Bajada Pueblo is on Cochiti land, but the Cochitis have no oral tradition that relate present peoples to it. When Steve was excavating across the river from the Pueblo of Cochiti, they had a clear sense that all of the people he was excavating, all of those pit houses, had nothing to do with Cochiti as a modern people. Santo Domingo would love to claim Cerrillos Hills for obvious reasons. Cochiti has participated with the Archaeological Conservancy in the management of Pueblo San Marcos, which is the closest pueblo to the Cerrillos Hills. And it's, I did a presentation down at the Pueblo of Zia the other day, and within Zia oral tradition, there is a strong oral tradition of horrific violence prior to their movement into the Jemez Valley. My interpretation of that is that some of the people in Zia are descendants of the migrants or refugees, might be the better word, from Mesa Verde. There is no analogous oral tradition in Cochiti. They are probably dominated by the first wave of migration that did not experience any of that horrific violence. So Zia allies with the Spanish in the attack on Old Cochiti, in the Reconquest. So it's so hard to figure that out. San Felipe, Pueblo Santa Ana was negotiating with the University of New Mexico to take possession of and management of Paco until the Pueblo San Felipe found out about it and they objected. And they said, it's ours. And so there's this tremendous amount of competing interest. But then if you go back to the measles map, we have to remember that it's very likely that families or communities that ended up being reduced into San Felipe are coming from all over, and the same thing goes for Santa Ana. So you can have perfectly legitimate competing claims for Paco on the basis of oral tradition within families within the two villages, because the imposition of a European you will live here decision model would have mixed people who had been dispersed across the landscape. And that gets into this. So what I would do, in a consultation basis, I'd talk to everybody. But for the most part, I'd say that the more recent archaeology here is probably Carisan in terms of its affiliation. But to take it to a federally recognized tribe, keep in mind that the Hopi Tewa, who are legitimate consultants in the Galisteo Basin, they can only consult through the Hopi tribe, by the way the federal laws are laid out. Yeah.
How do folks estimate populations?
Usually by habitation area, that you measure up your rubble mounds, you estimate how many rooms they represent. You say, oh, well, most families are going to have 3 rooms of this size, and then you divide it out. And that's why archaeologists are so fractious when it comes to criticizing each other's population estimates. So there's just so many different ways you can do it. And, and then you have to add the time. Did somebody live there for 10 years, less than a generation? Or did someone live there 2 generations? And when you're talking about above ground architecture where the wood is actually sort of protected, you can have long-term above ground apartment complexes. But if it's pit houses, they'd rot after 12 to 15 years. So again, that's why I've emphasized the shape, as long as the archaeologist has applied a consistent methodology with their data. Yeah.
We have a question coming in from Jeff Boyer. Says, Eric, any notion of the nature of the pre-Coronado pandemic? And do you think it spread north from Mexico?
Yes, and we don't have a clue what it consisted of. All we have is the circumstantial evidence of the population crash and its initiation in a way that doesn't fit with any other model. We do know that Cortez's men were in terrible health when they were attacking the Valley of Mexico. And that's the initiation point, probably, for pandemics that swept north. And they swept north on, from village to village to village. And as we know, there's not much you can do about it once it starts. Yeah.
I was a docent at Jimmy Rome too. And this really brings a lot together. So thank you.
Yeah.
Besides pandemic, what about the aspect of starvation?
Easy.
And fighting over food,
Fighting-
available rights?
We do not have evidence of violence at that time period.
Really?
We have evidence of whole villages being abandoned.
Right, that's
but
what's
we
so
don't have
curious.
evidence of violence. So I wouldn't think it is scarcity in the same sense of what prompted the violence between communities up at Mesa Verde,
Okay,
where it's really economic based. You've got food, I don't, I'm going to take yours.
right. But what about starvation?
Starvation is perfectly
Because
possible.
of the huge drought at that time.
If you go back into the Spanish documentation of the Salinas area, in Steve helped me out here, he said, the 1660s, 1670s, I think, where there was massive famine and there are accounts of hundreds of people being dead by the side of the road.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't a shred of archaeological evidence for that because people weren't buried.
I was thinking about child vitality because of starvation, so it
Would
really
have to
limit
have
the
such a
population.
big sample size, and we just don't.
Got it.
Yeah. So I don't think we're really ever going to know for sure that it was pandemic. But my personal gut feeling is there's no question that it was disease.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one more, if anyone has one.
There's one on Facebook.
Yeah.
This comes in from Chris. They say, what advantage does corrugation in pottery confer, and does it make a difference if the corrugation is on the inside rather than the outside?
All right. Any exterior texture. If you took a pocket comb and you scored the outside of a cooking jar, that jar would last longer in use than an untextured vessel, because the coals are 400 to 600 degrees Celsius. The stew and the inside of the pot is at 100 degrees Celsius. There's a tremendous amount of thermal stress across the thickness of the wall of the vessel that initiates cracks. If you have texture on the outside, it lets the outside flex just a little bit. But that texture is initiated not over the body, it's initiated on the neck. And in the neck, any texture reduces boil over because it creates a greater surface area for cooling, because it's outside of the coals. Greater surface area for cooling. As the bubbles from the beans go up the neck of the vessel, it pulls the heat out of them and they collapse. And since women are making the pots and using the pots, any innovation like that spreads like wildfire. And, you know, Steve and I love, you know, neck banding because all the nuances of it are fantastic dating tools. So. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blindman. I'm just glad you had a chance to talk about the textured cooking pottery. Dr. Blindman has a great article on that, if anyone wants to search that. Again, another great guide through the millennia and talking about population movement. So thank you so much for that. Our next speaker is Hilario Romero. He is a native New Mexican and identifies as mestizo. He's a retired professor of history, Spanish, and education, as well as former director of the New Mexico Educational Opportunity Center at Northern New Mexico College for 30 years. Mr. Romero was the New Mexico State historian and a senior archivist at the New Mexico State Archives. He taught at several universities prior to his tenure at Northern New Mexico College, teaching at Community College of Denver as the chair of the History and Ethnic Studies, Metro State University, University of Colorado, Denver, and at UNM. Hilario is currently a historian, author, lecturer, and grant writer. And today, Mr. Romero is going to be speaking to us about the Rio Santa Fe and its upper and lower communities, an overview. Mr. Hilario Romero. There, sir.
Thank you. Bewa Pove. Buenos dias. Good morning. I want to thank Dan Goodman and Mike Taylor for inviting me here. I appreciate that. I decided I needed to do something general because I've been writing so much on the connectivity from the upper watershed of the Santa Fe River, 47 miles down to where it meets the Rio Grande. And what I've found from all that research, not unknowingly when I was a kid coming here to visit family, because we lived in Santa Fe and the rest of the family lived here. So in fact, my great-great-grandfather was born very close to where we are right now. That's also Mike's great-great-grandfather. And Miguel Romero y Vaca. So you can see Vaca Romero here a long time ago. And this was the Romero Ranch, somewhere around here, maybe even here. I still am researching that. Anyway, I called this area the Southwest Santa Fe River Corridor, which means it's not really connected to the city of Santa Fe. I'm talking about it geographically, because things happen when you have a large city or a popular individual or whatever, that everybody wants to connect with that, okay? and you've seen it on TV. You say what is it? The Buffalo Thunder, Santa Fe's Playhouse. No, that's not Santa Fe's Playhouse. That's 16 miles away, right? It's the same thing with Ojo Santa Fe now. You know, Ojo is in Ojo Caliente. There are no hot springs here. I haven't found them, maybe you have, but in the 50s when I was here with my parents and my grandparents visiting family here, we never came across an Ojo. Now, do I know of anything? Ojo Caliente? No. Ojito Frio? Cold spring? Yes. Sunrise Springs, huh? Cold spring, okay? So this is why it's real important to geographically say that we are in the southwest Santa Fe River corridor, because it's not directly south of Santa Fe. It's really, the Rio Santa Fe goes southwest. So that's why I say that. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Pueblo, but thank you, Eric, and thank you, Stephen, for really kind of bringing us up to this point, because it's just going to go right with what I'm doing. Now let's see if I can figure this out here. There we go. Right now, many of the pueblos in New Mexico are praying and are having incredible ceremonies right now, and they have been, even though we had a somewhat good monsoon. And that's because look at the temperatures now and look at the dryness of the last 2 months. And so they are now praying to the Avanyu, okay, the water serpent. And this is really, really important at this time. And so I start out with that because that's really the beginnings of Ogapoage, White Shell Water Place. Now let's move into the Spanish period with the rectangular oblong plaza. Okay, plazas are not squares. English towns have squares. And Spanish towns have plazas. They are rectangular or oblong. And that's according to Philip II in 1573. This map is a map, let's see how, oh great, this is great. You can see the arrow, right? Like I can, I hope. Okay, so these are the acequias de Santa Fe that were started up. They were probably the second line of order. First was, of course, building the houses and setting up the plans. And of course, you know, Peralta and his group had to basically work outside and live under tents. And then eventually they mapped out and engineered the acequia systems here. And some of them were left over by the pueblos before them, but you know, by the time they arrived, they probably changed them or tweaked them. So we really don't know how they ran or where they were, but I would say there's a very good chance that a lot of the old acequia systems, Muralla 1 and Muralla 2, and the acequia Madre were definitely following very closely to the Pueblo acequias. And then there was a Ramirez land grant. I like to talk about that because it makes way to the residence that we had. Ramirez was really his land grant was in what we call today Cerro Gordo, and I'll talk about that in a second. But these are some of the early, mostly leaders, mostly documented individuals that were living in Santa Fe right at the beginning and in Pueblo Quemado. I live in Pueblo Quemado. So you're probably wondering, where's Pueblo Quemado? Because there's all these Pueblo Quemados. And there were lots of Pueblo Quemados. There were the remains of many Pueblo Quemados throughout northern New Mexico. And then there were also remains of, there were names for them that were Spanish names, being Pueblo Quemado, burnt Pueblo. And so that's another whole story that I'm not going to get into, but this is just to show you a few of the residents. And then here on this map, on the Bernardo Miera map, we see the Rio Santa Fe. So this is the history I'm going to share with you now. Starting from the upper watershed of the Sierra Madres. All of you know where the Sierra Madres are, right? Right? Okay. I know that you hear that word Sangre de Cristo. That's the new word on the block. Okay, that's the new kid on the block. Sierra Madre, that's the original name for what they called the Sangre de Cristos. In the 1890s, a novel came out and everything changed that, okay? So here's the movement of the water just going down. Let's see if I can do it now. Yeah, there it goes. And you see the Rio Santa Fe going down past Alamo. Alamo's on the map there, all the way down to the Rio Grande. And there's the detail of Santiago Ramirez and the Talaya grants. As I mentioned earlier, it was a land grant. And so it's in this area right here. This is our upper watershed now of Santa Fe, what we call Rio Arriba de Santa Fe. My grandfather, we used to go on walks up there, up to the reservoirs when you were allowed to, and he would talk to me about Rio Arriba de la Santa Fe. And that's what I've heard it called, but I haven't seen much in the documents. Then in this particular private land claims map, Bowden, of course, wasn't around at the time, but when he dug out this map from the PLC, he he was doing his master's thesis in 1969 at Texas, one of the Texas universities. And he pulled this map out and put it in his thesis. And what it shows, it doesn't show the Ramirez grant anymore here. It shows the Talaya. Notice how we call it the Atalaya, but it was originally called the Talaya grant, and it was called Loma de Talaya, Talaya Hill grant. And then we meander down in what they call the so-called Santa Fe grant, which is this boundary here, this square here. It's the spurious, fake land grant that never was a land grant, okay? That's Santa Fe today, okay? And then it's over here that it starts going downriver, okay, to closer to where we are. So here's today's Cerro Gordo that my grandfather called Rio Arriba de la Santa Fe. And you're seeing it in the more modern times, but you can still see a lot of open space there. And just imagine taking out probably 80% of the houses, and all that land would have been under cultivation back at that time. And notice how it really is separated by this little ancon, I call it. It's where the river goes between two hills and it gets narrow. That's the ancon, which is right over here. The ancon going into Santa Fe. So this is the upper extremity of the area called Santa Fe. And these are some of the land grants that were in that area from another map that was done in 1891. And it was showing some of the property owners. And I'm going to get to that in a moment. So here's another shot of the Rio Arriba de Santa Fe. Here's where the old stone dam was built, right here. And so it filled up all this area. This was all a reservoir. Now some of you probably hike up there. How many of you hike up there? Yeah, so you're familiar with that area. That was all underwater when the Great Stone Dam was built. And now we get to Lower Rio Arriba de Santa Fe. And here you can see that there's still quite a few open area, open land areas. Some of them, one of them's a park, a recreational park. But once again, we're still going down into Santa Fe as we cascade. So that was very much a specific ecosystem up there. And it really parallels Cuba, Nacimiento del Rio Puerco, that we call Cuba today. How many of you have been to Cuba, New Mexico? Okay, if you go up to the Nacimientos, you have to go by the school, the high school, and then you go up, and then you take a right up into Nacimiento Mountains. That's where I go fishing. Well, if you take the other road, you get to the Cisneros Ranch. And Ray and I, very good friends, he's a retired teacher there with the Cuba high schools. He has the same kind of ecosystem. It's very similar to the one here above Santa Fe. His trees rarely freeze. He's got all kinds of fruit trees, and yet he's up at about 7,200 feet. And this ecosystem at one time was the same way. But now there's nobody really doing orchards up there. If they did, they'd have success. But it's only this section here. And so here's a sketch of Santa Fe in 1847, really looking at it from the upper reaches of the Barrio of Analco. So this would be like if you were standing, let's see, what, you know where the old armory is in Santa Fe? The old armory, St. John's Protestant Church. It would have been right around in that area looking down on Santa Fe. This is what it would have, this sketch would have kind of looked like. And then, of course, many of you are familiar with the bird's eye of Santa Fe. And once again, you don't really see that much of the upper area of Rio Arriba de Santa Fe, just a little piece of it. And then, of course, the river runs down, and on this side of the river is Barrio of Analco. Analco meaning the Nahuatl word for other side of the river, okay? And that's where things, once it was populated, it stretched from Rio Arriba de Santa Fe, so all the way up to Canyon Road, and on that side of the river, all the way down to Agua Fria. It was really one totally interconnected area. And that's where most of the slaves and servants, and most importantly, the artesanos lived, okay? Artesanos like blacksmiths, leathersmiths, you name it. And it was a mix of all kinds of different tribal people from the south, mostly Tlaxcaltecos, Mexicas, Apaches. They were either slaves or servants. And they populated that area. So notice I'm kind of getting away from the plaza. That was, the plaza on that side of the river were the vecinos. They call them vecinos. Those are the upper crust. And then there are the peones on the other side of the river. And that's the way it worked. It's funny, I live on the on the Analco side of the river. During the 1600s, okay, yeah, those were the case. And then there was a landowner's map that was done. And of course, it's really hard to see. I wish I had this screen, but if I did, you would see kind of the changes that went on in this spurious, fake, false map, false land grant called Santa Fe. They actually call it the Santa Fe land grant. Amazing, amazing how they got away with that. But that was the Santa Fe ring. Many of you probably already know that. Now we're going to get kind of an overview of that whole area, okay, starting from Lower Santa Fe, right over here, and coming down the river, the Green River this time. I don't know what color it is. It's probably more sand-colored than anything else. And it goes down past the airport. Here's the Pacheco Grant area. Okay, so right here is Pueblo Quemado, where I live. Then there's Agua Fria. Then we go further down. Here's the Pacheco Grant, which is the airport. Airport basically confiscated the Pacheco Grant, and that was it, and made an airport out of it. and made life miserable for the community here, where we hear the unending noise. And then we go down, of course, into this area now that we're at. And so you kind of get an overview here. That's what I was trying to get, of the flow of the Rio Santa Fe, southwest of Santa Fe. And then, of course, Pindi, and I'm not going to go through this that much. We've already covered that. But I do want to talk about these three particular pueblos that I live around. Across the river from me is the Pueblo Quemado de las Cieneguitas. My street is called Las Cieneguitas del Camino Real. And they were sporadic transitory villages based on Governor Mitchell of Tesuque's assessments. And Pueblo de los Tres Arroyos, which is uphill from that and a little bit east. And then, of course, there's Pindi, which has already been talked about. And these are some of the pens. These were the oldest photographs that I could find. And I think this was, in fact, there was an article that Stephen did. I can't remember with who else, someone else. Oh, well, both of you, that's it. Wow. And these photos were from that article. And these are the pens. So these are the turkey pens, right? This is very close to San Isidro Crossing in Agua Fria. And, well, right at San Isidro. And this is looking east. These are the last of the walls before they got bulldozed, unfortunately. And I won't go too much into that other than, there were a lot of permanent settlements here. And now we're in Pueblo Quemado, where I live. And if you were to think of Pueblo Quemado today, you would probably say the Tapia House, just up Agua Fria a little ways from Frenchie's Park, would be the beginning of Pueblo Quemado to Siler Road. Okay? That's Pueblo Quemado. I think there's a census in here from 1860 that'll even show the population. And then, of course, there were early Spanish land grants in Pueblo Quemado during these years. It was a buffer community for the Apache, Navajo, Utah, and Comanche, which is really interesting because that's the other side of my family, okay? The Utah and the Jicarilla Apache. And so it's interesting, when my parents got together, I had this dual kind of, role, and my grandmother, I was very close to her, and so she really taught me a lot. I always have to honor her for all my presentations. I don't have to, I want to. And then it was an agrarian provider. The Pueblo Quemado was an agrarian provider for Santa Fe. It also was a fabrication and construction center for adobes. And the Presidio horses. Okay, somebody had asked the question about the military. Well, that's about the only time you saw the military down here. There was that crew of maybe 5 that were watching the horse herd, okay, and they had to be armed and ready. And then, of course, early meat markets, woodlots, and artesanos, and all of that would continue into the future. Then the Pueblo Revolt and Conquest, which I think we've covered already. I think Roberto really covered that, so I won't go into that, other than to say that it did get overcrowded in Santa Fe, and that's when de Vargas realized he had to send folks up to Santa Cruz de la Cañada, okay, and that's when things got started. And that became the second via. So there were 3 villas in New Mexico during the colonial period. That meant administrative and military center, okay, of government and a community, right, that was within, that those were within. And so, and that was Santa Fe in 1610, Villa de Santa Fe, then the Villa de Santa Cruz de la Cañada in 1695, and then Villa de Alburquerque in 1706. Did I pronounce Alburquerque correct? No. Well, I've been to Albuquerque, Spain, okay? That's in Extremadura. I visited in 2017. And that's the way they spell it there because that's where the Duque de Albuquerque was born and became the Duque of that particular town, about 5,000, maybe 6,000 people. And anyway, there was a sister city agreement between Albuquerque and Santa Fe because my classmate back in high school, Federico Vigil, who is a fresco painter, he did the frescoes in the town hall in Albuquerque. He did 2 frescoes, one in the nicho and one in the back of the commission, or where everybody seats in the ayuntamiento. So anyway, getting back on track here. So that's why it is Albuquerque, and I think people had such a hard time with that, they came up with Albuquerque. And as a kid, I always called it Burque, so it got shortened a little. These are the colonial groups, the castas, of course, you know, many of you have already heard of them, the peninsulares, those who were born on the peninsula that came here, and then there were the castizos that would work their way up to become a peninsular and never get there, and then there were the mestizos like myself, who are pretty much half and half, más o menos. And then you had the mulattoes, who were black and Spanish, and then you had the Moriscos and the Salta Atrás. How many of you have heard of the Salta Atrás? Any of you? Oh, the way she looked, she just said, Yeah, those are the over-the-back fence. And it's because it was in a family where one individual looked just way different from all the rest of the siblings. And here's the PLC map of the land grants that they did between 1891 and 1904, which is when the Court of Private Land Claims convened. And there it shows you, once again, the spurious Santa Fe fake false land grant. And they didn't get away with it either. The Court of Private Land Claims said, no, you will not have that land grant. Where are your documents? No documents. Where did you get that idea? I don't know, we made it up. But we're still going to try. So anyway, it wasn't until 1901 they went to the US Congress, and the Santa Fe County Commission were the ones that were really behind it, along with the Santa Fe Ring. And in 1901, they got a patent. And that's how they created this false land grant. And then it was pretty much, okay, everything up for grabs. And that's how a lot of people lost their property in Santa Fe. Most of my family did. But we had this area here. I know it's called the Pino Grant, but really, this is Pueblo Quemado, right here. This is Pueblo Quemado. This is where I live. Notice how it kind of inches up on that fake false land grant, kind of overlays it a little bit. Okay. These are some of the land grants in the Pueblo Quemado and Agua Fria area. Francisco Madrid, he was a little 9-year-old cart driver when he first arrived in 1603, and then, of course, settled in Pueblo Quemado, and maybe earlier than 1640. I only say 1640 because Roque, his son, was born in 1644 in Pueblo Quemado. And then there was the Godoys, Lucero y Godoys, Luis Maes. You've heard of Maes Street, Mays Street. That's Luis. He goes all the way back to Luis. Simon Nieto and Cristobal Nieto, his father. That's a really wonderful story, but there's no time to really talk about it. And Pedro Gallegos and the Tapias. And these are all people I grew up with. They're still living there. Like the Gallegos are still on the next street from me. They're still living there. And Bernardo Miera y Pacheco purchased a farm and farmed there in 1758. So I always talk about, well, they say that Agua Fria, there was an article in the New Mexican about a month ago, and they were saying the only claim that Agua Fria had to history was that the governor, what was his name? Governor, I don't know why I'm drawing a blank. Governor, 1837, Governor, I don't know why it's come, Perez, Albino Perez. Thank you. Albino Perez, they said he was assassinated in Agua Fria, and that's the only claim to history that Agua Fria had. So I thought, wait a minute, this isn't right. And I called the reporter, and he never got back to me, but I wanted to straighten him out. Albino Perez was assassinated in 1837. You know where Camino Alide is? Camino Alide? And then you go past Camino Alide, and then Hickox runs into Agua Fria. Bingo, just a little bit to the side there on the Camino Real, within the wall of Santa Fe, he was assassinated. So he was not assassinated in Agua Fria. He was assassinated in Santa Fe. And I have evidence of it. And there was a rock that the DAR, the Daughters of the American Revolution, they actually put this rock and built this little wrought iron fence around it, around the rock. This is where Albino Perez died. Disappeared. I remember it as a kid, and there is a photo of it. I have it somewhere in my computer. Good luck if I ever find it. So Pueblo Quemado in the 1800s. These are some of the families, okay, that were living there in the 1800s. And the estimated population at that time was right around 900. That's a pretty good-sized village. And here are some of the, once again, some of those Mercedes, like Tafoya, Felipe Tafoya. There's Tapia, Tomas Tapia, Gregorio Garduño, Juan de Godoy, son of that is Juan de Lucero y Godoy, the main guy there, and so on and so forth. All these different grants on this side. Notice outside of the fake, spurious Santa Fe land grant. So I interviewed this family across the river from me. They are the Riveras and the Tapias. And I did a little history. I put it into my history that I wrote for the Greenfire Times, I think, back about 4 or 5 years ago. And they let me use these photographs for the article. And so you can see that people were living in Pueblo Quemado, in this village that I live in today, which is not a village anymore. It's been basically swallowed up by Santa Fe. It was annexed in 1998. Stephen did the work, archaeological work on that area. And then there's the Romeros that kind of get in, although I don't know whether they're related to me because we're related to both Gonzalo's and Romero on my father's side. But it was really interesting. Francisca is, of course, his let's see, their aunt. Let me see. Yeah. Their grandparents, these are their grandparents. I'm going to show you the family in just a minute in 1946. But here's the grandpa, and he's a Rivera, and then his wife is a Tapia. And that's why I say the Tapia house is located very close to the area. And then we go to, the Camino Real de Agua Fria in the 1880s. You get to really get a view of Agua Fria and what it looked like on the Camino Real. And then one of the granjas, also, one of the farms. And then these are documents that were sent to the governor and to the legislature when the stone dam was built. So you saw what the stone dam looks today like, and you wonder why it's not there anymore. Well, it finally broke. It finally broke down and caused a little bit of flood damage. But more than that, this is what really caused it to go down. They petitioned the governor because they weren't getting water. They were cutting off the water. The Santa Fe Power and Light Company were cutting off the water. The Santa Fe Power and Light Company today is PNM. PNM. So look what they were doing back then, and they're still doing it now. And there's Albino Ortega and Seferano Chavez that were the mayordomos of the acequia in Pueblo Quemado and Agua Fria area. And these are some of the signatures out of 560 signatures. And they eventually got their way and they got their land. And here's the Rivera family in 46. And so I interviewed all of these guys here, just the youngest ones. The other ones are gone now. But these four here were the ones I interviewed. Tonita, can't remember all their names now. It's been a while. But these are their parents. These are the next generation down from the old photographs. And here's Agua Fria Village in 1912. A very prosperous village and doing farming and ranching at that time, and they had the water. They were releasing the water through the acequia to them. The Muralla Segundo, or the second Muralla acequia, which is, if you were standing, I guess, or on one of the balconies of the Ersatz Adobe Loretta Hotel, you know, where the hill, what is it called, Inn of Loretto? Okay, and you're facing southwest. You can look down on the river and you will see the beginning of the Agua Fria acequia. That's where the Agua Fria acequia was fed from, way back, way back. There's a nice casita with the horno built in on the tapia. And here are the corridos de gallo, which unfortunately, there are no more corridos in Agua Fria. And here's the church, San Isidro, in Agua Fria. And it's changed. It doesn't look quite the same. It has a little higher steeple. Then in 1919, there was a hydrographic survey that was done on the Santa Fe watershed, the entire Santa Fe watershed. And what it showed was there were 1,200 acres that were sent downstream. I mean, that were 1,200 acres that were cultivated downstream. That's what I meant to say. Pueblo Quemado and Agua Fria were under cultivation, and 1,000 acres of grazing lands was available at that time. However, some of the older and younger adult males went to World War II, and they came back and they found out that they had cut off their water rights. So once again, they had to go back to court once again and get back their irrevocable privilege to use the water. And this is a 1951 map. So now we're getting into my time. I was maybe 3 years old at this time, 3 or 4 years old. And so I would come down from my neighborhood right over here, and I would ride my bike down Agua Fria, and then I would stop at Frenchie's, and I would pick up the bottle of milk, a gallon of milk. I would put it on my satchel, hang it back on my bike, and ride back. And those days are gone, but population was 23,000 at that time. And it really felt like a small town. Everything you wanted to get done in shopping and everything was done downtown, you know, done around the plaza and just on the outskirts of the plaza. Bat-Right Supermarket. Anybody hear of Bat-Right Supermarket? Ah, some people remember the Bat-Right Supermarket. That's great. Yeah, my father worked there for a while, bagging groceries. And then Eastern Agua Fria. So 1978, I call this Eastern Agua Fria or Pueblo Quemado, either one. So this is the area where I live in, and they did this hydrographic survey of the Rio Santa Fe, and they found all these acequias. And I just want to point out this particular acequia because it runs from a spring. That spring is dried up now, okay, and that's because they just didn't let enough of the water flow from the Santa Fe reservoirs. Had it done that, it would have worked fine. So anyway, there goes the Ojito acequia. And that's where I live. I live right across from the Ojito acequia. And that's where it ran, and it was used as an acequia, and it was a freshwater acequia. And so they're still being used. The acequia above, which is called the Acequia de los Pinos, down where I live, is still runs occasionally. They have to send water down to Agua Fria. And that's the only place that gets, the only place that has water rights. So here's Upper Agua Fria today. And you got to see a kind of a bird's eye view of it. You can see that it's much more dense than it used to be. I have other pictures of it showing it much more dense than this. Lower Agua Fria village. And then with the expansion of Santa Fe's limits, of course, all these other things got overlaid. These are all the overlays on the area of Agua Fria and Pueblo Quemado, including a radioactive hazardous chemical laundromat, which is unfortunate. And then when it does run, when the river does run and they let it go, it's really amazing how everything comes to life. And there's the acequia by my house. I can walk to it. I'm there in about 2 minutes, and I can see this. That's one of my photos. And then the San Antonio acequia as well. It does run occasionally as well, if there's enough water. And here's the view of the mountains from the Camino, from Pueblo Quemado. And then we go to Agua Fria and Pindi and the farm are, you're looking at an aerial view, and the Camino Real de Agua Fria. These are the things that I've worked on. I've helped them with the historic community designation and the Greenway project with the county and the National Historic Register nominations and on and on. And hopefully in the future we'll have our own museum down there. And there's the former Pacheco grant as I had shown you on the other map. And here's Ciénega, where Ciénega and Cienegilla meet, both land grants. And then the Seguma Pueblo on the bird's eye view, looking down. We'll get a close-up now of it. You can't really see it, but you can see pretty much where it is. It's at the confluence of the Rito de la Ciénega and the Rio Santa Fe. And then we go to La Bajada. La Merced del Ojito was the first land grant there in La Bajada. So it's an old community, very old community. Jacinto Peleas was the first to get the grant from De Vargas. And then eventually the Rancho Dominguez was the paraje, and we've already talked about parajes. And here is the map of the land grants in that area. So here's La Ciénega, La Cienegilla area. Then as you go down into La Bajada, down La Bajada, you see La Majada grant and Caja del Rio grant. And then there's Cochiti Pueblo grant and Santo Domingo land grant. And so Majada was given to Peleas, and then Jacinto, his daughter, as a minor, basically got the grant, and then it went to eventually concessions made to Sanchez and Ortiz, who were part of the Caja del Rio grant, and then Juan Fernandez de Pedrara, also a husband of Maria. Then, once she married, they filed a protest that Cochiti Indians were trespassing on their grant. And that was a real conflict. And then the village of La Bajada, founded actually officially in 1737. They built the San Miguel de Dominguez Church. Acequias and houses were already built around a small plaza. It's still there today, folks. 17 acres left out of 54,000 acres. It's incredible what happened. And the horse herds, and that's where the horse herds were being grazed. The village became a service center for caravans and traders. And in 72, my grandmother was Maria de los Angeles Ortiz, direct descendant of Nicolas Ortiz, the third, okay? The first is the one, Nicolas, the second, I think, is the one that killed Governor Rosas. And here is my joke, bajando la bajada. You know, because if you're going to call it la bajada, you got to have something that says you're going down, not up, right? So anyway, and then here's a view of the village, of what's left of it. These 17 acres of the village of La Bajada, right here at Las Bocas. And the pueblo of Cenate. And there's another better view of the fields at La Bajada village. And I've tried to help them with this whole thing in terms of really trying to put it into a historical village category so that can be protected for posterity, La Bajada. So I did a real 3 series articles in the Greenfire Times on La Bajada. Peña Blanca, the end of the road, and I left out the Enya, sorry about that. And anyway, Juan Montes Vigil first had it, then he sold it to his son. But more interesting is, of course, that his son, Jose de la Peña, then it became Rancho Jose de la Peña, and then it became the Rancho de la Peña Blanca. So that's where it gets its name. Luis Maria Cabeza de Vaca, I'm sure you've all heard of him. What a story. He married 3 women, had 21 offspring that lived to adulthood. So, wow, you talk about a problem when inheritance comes. It was crazy. So, and everyone he married for a purpose, to gain more land, because they were all land grant heiresses. So, wow, what a story that is. And I don't have enough time to tell you any more than that. But he finally met his doom in 1827 with Ewing Young. Ewing Young was a trapper. He came out here and he had contraband. And they think that he hid it out at Luis Maria Cabeza's house in Peña Blanca. And the soldier came along. There was a discussion and there was an argument, and bingo. Luis Maria Cabeza de Vaca lost his life. And like I say, I'd already talked about that. So that's it. Questions? Everybody's too hungry, right?
Mario, you used the term slave and servant.
Yes.
How would you define those 2 terms during the Spanish colonial period?
Well, a slave is usually someone that was bought or that was captured. Genizados, you know, I'm from a family of Genizados on my mother's side. So we were captured, Hispanicized, or Christianized, Hispanicized, you know, and then married off to another Genizado, right? Because you didn't want to marry a Genizado because that would bring you down the pecking order. So slaves were either bought or they were captured. Servants were individuals that were almost like part of the family. And Spanish households could have servants, and you maybe thought they were slaves until you went to go visit them and you saw the way they interacted with the family. They were almost like siblings. But it really talks about that earlier separation that I talked about, where you have vecinos and you have peones. You know, so the Genizados were in the peones category, the peons, right? It's kind of like this whole transition from medieval times in Spain, bringing the peon system to the Americas. You know, that did happen. You know, it did happen. And you just luck of the draw. You know, who did you get born? You know, how did you get born, and to whom? You know, that's the way it was.
I'm fascinated by the fact that the Barrio Anamco extended all the way down to the Pueblo Quemado. I didn't realize it went that far. Are there any estimates on population of the barrio?
You know, I've never added up all the census, but, you know, through the years, but yeah, it's an idea. Maybe I'll start adding numbers. But I don't even have a clue or an estimate. I know this, that early at the founding of Santa Fe, they outnumbered the vecinos. The peones outnumbered the vecinos at one point. You know, there was a large population on the other side of the river. Yeah. Yes.
How many Tlaxcaltecas show up with Oñate?
Oh, wow. That's another thing that we've been back and forth. Historians, we've been going back and forth with that one, and we don't really have a clear answer because the thing is that they weren't documented. They were just called Tlaxcalteco, and even in the census records, they were pretty much Indio. And you put Indio, you know, which one? You know, which tribe, you know? They didn't really get involved that much, you know. The only Tlaxcalteco I can actually say that might have been a Tlaxcalteco was Juan de Leon Brito, who was given land just about a block from the San Miguel Chapel or Ermita, and he that's where the Gregorio Garduño house is now today on East de Vargas Street, which is actually a continuation of the Camino Real. The Camino Real, the Camino de Pecos, the Camino de Taos, all eventually ended up right there at San Miguel, at the Ermita de San Miguel, because you know where that PRA parking lot is? That was a caravan holding area because the caravans were too big. A lot of them were too big to fit into the plaza. So they would have them there as a holding area. So, yeah, it's real hard to know just how many Tlaxcaltecos. And the other thing is, the further away the Tlaxcaltecos got away from Mexico, the less they were promised. Because, you know, they were the tribe that really, if it wouldn't have been for the volcanoes erupting at the time that they did, at the time of Cortez, and it wouldn't have been for the Tlaxcaltecos and the thousands of warriors, the Spanish would have never been able to defeat the Azteca Confederacy. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Don Eladio, for that presentation. I know I speak for everyone when I say thank you for doing the research on these many communities along the Santa Fe River. I don't hear anyone else really talking about this history, so thank you for capturing it and documenting it and sharing with all of us today. It's really important and really speaks to a lot of the work that we're trying to do here at Las Golondrinas as well. So at this time, we're gonna take a little break until about 1 for lunch. So for all of those of you at home, hang tight. We'll be back right around 1, más y menos. But don't go anywhere. This is the Golondrinas Live Sessions.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the History Archaeology Symposium that's being sponsored by Rancho de las Golondrinas. We had some fantastic presentations this morning, and we have 2 more wonderful presentations scheduled for this afternoon. My name is Michael Romero Taylor. I'm one of the board of directors of the Las Golondrinas Museum, and I'm very happy to be here this afternoon helping co-chair this great event with Daniel Goodman, the director of Rancho de las Golondrinas Museum. Our first speaker this afternoon is Dr. Rick Hendricks. Dr. Hendricks is the New Mexico State Records Administrator. He served as a New Mexico State historian and is a former editor of the Vargas Project at the University of New Mexico, and has written extensively on the history of the American Southwest and Mexico. His most recent book, Pueblo Indian Sovereignty, Land and Water in New Mexico and Texas, was co-authored with Malcolm E. Bright. Rick?
Thank you, Mike. Nice to see all you folks here. I'm a bureaucrat these days, and I don't get many opportunities to be invited to speak to people. And in fact, I think I'm a substitute. I think the person that you really wanted to speak on this topic was probably Malcolm E. Bright. He's done the most research on these grants. Malcolm is sort of my alter ego. We've written a number of books together and done a lot of projects together. And actually, what I'm going to be presenting is sort of an overview of some of Malcolm's research more than anything else. And I'm going to read a little bit, and I'm going to talk a little bit. Do you see the image of the map? Did they see the map? Yes. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to first start with Lacienega grant, and I've got the grant in quotes. And that's for the following reason. In his study of Lacienega and Cienegilla pueblos, which comprises chapter 5 of his book, Advocates for the Oppressed, land grant historian Malcolm E. Bright states that, quote, no land grant of Lacienega Pueblo has ever appeared, end quote. So that's all I have to say about Lacienega grant. Just kidding. There would not have been, of course, because there were no grants to Hispanos of pueblos themselves. Rather, native villages, including Lacienega, were granted in Encomienda. The Encomienda granted to the holder of the Encomienda, the encomendero, the right to extract labor and collect tribute, but did not include a grant of land. Further, encomenderos were enjoined not to live in proximity to the villages they held in Encomienda. Scholarship has amply demonstrated that this legal prohibition was observed in the breach in colonial New Mexico. So as you can see from this map, if you'll see the location of the pueblo down there in the corner, and you see this is labeled Garcia de la Riva deed of Lacienega Pueblo, and it has the date 1701, 1704. But you see the pueblo down in there in the corner. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about the location of that as well. E. Bright indicates that a Jose Castellanos was the first person to exert a claim to the land that encompassed La Cienega Pueblo and the surrounding area. Apparently, no one knew the limits of the land that belonged to the village before the Pueblo uprising of 1680. The question of whether New Mexico pueblos received formal grants before 1680 remains unresolved. There is some evidence, however, that boundaries to some pueblos were established and monumented before and at the time of the arrival of Juan de Oñate. And this comes from some research that Malcolm and I did, where there is some suggestion, at least from some Indian elders, that they, in fact, knew what the boundaries were prior to the arrival of the Spanish, and they might have even been monumented. Those of you, and I'm sure all of you, have read Four Square Leagues, Pueblo Indian Land in New Mexico. If not, I hope that you will soon buy a copy. In that, we lay out the whole notion of the Pueblo League, the Four Square League granted to Pueblo. So if we look at this map and we imagine that that concept might well have existed prior to the first documented record of it, which is in 1704, then the land that would have belonged to the Pueblo would have been 4 square leagues centered on the Pueblo itself there in the lower corner, and it would have described roughly a square. So that would have been the land that would have presumably have belonged to the Pueblo if that type of measurement was a pre-revolt phenomenon, and we don't really know whether that's true or not. Castellanos asserted that he had acquired the land from Domingo de la Barreda. How the latter might have acquired the land of La Ciénega is a matter of conjecture, but it is known that in 1701, Castellanos deeded the site of the abandoned village and surrounding land to Miguel Garcia de la Riva. So presumably, again, here's the village, deeding that land and the land around it, which of course is not at all what's described by the shaded area, which was what the deed described. So obviously two very different ideas of what the land of the Pueblo might have been, either formally or informally recognized, and what was actually claimed and spelled out in that grant. The 1701 deed from Castellanos to Garcia de la Riva created the chain of title for Garcia de la Riva and served as the basis for his assertion that he had received the land as a grant. In 1704, he conveyed the land to his son, Juan Garcia de la Riva, in exchange for 100 pesos, a sum nowhere near what such a large property was worth. And the conveyance also established boundaries for the property, and that's roughly what you see here in this deed. According to Ebright, the purpose of the transfer of the property from father to son was to expand the original boundaries of the land that belonged to the village. The boundary calls set out in 1704 were as follows: the watershed of Cienegilla to the north, the Cañada de Juana Lopez on the south, the Peñasco Blanco de las Golondrinas on the east, and Las Boquillas on the west. So here's this property and this assertion of having received a grant. Now, that is all I'm going to say about La Ciénega grant, and I'm going to have more to say about La Cienegilla because it actually is a grant. On September the 2nd, 1693, Francisco de Anaya Almazan petitioned Governor Diego de Vargas for a grant of land at the Pueblo of Cienegilla, alleging that he had owned the property prior to the events of 1680. So the process was basically when Vargas was returning with folks, as the colonists would come back, they would say, this used to be my land prior to the revolt. In terms of land grant history prior to the revolt, there's only one concrete citation to a document. In Inquisition records relating to Francisco Gomez Robledo in Mexico City, he refers to a land grant document that he kept in a box and that it had survived. Now, we always imagined that if there were formal land grants to Hispanos prior to the Pueblo Revolt, that those would be the kind of documents that someone might have gathered when they were fleeing. They might have grabbed their box of documents. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't have. But we don't have a lot of evidence that actual formal written grants existed, either for Pueblos or for Hispanos prior to the revolt. So this whole process of saying this land used to be my land and I had received a grant, not really sure how much we can rely on that, but that, in any event, we do know of one paper grant that was given. For that matter, we only have, for the native peoples, we only have one authentic grant. The 1748 grant to Santia Pueblo is the only one. All of the other Pueblo grants were based on the so-called Cruzate grants, which were purported to have been issued in 1689, but were written on paper that was produced in the 1840s. So. Okay, so Anaya Almazan might well have held Ciénegilla and Encomienda and perhaps lived in or near the village despite the prohibition to do so. In any event, He described the property as being about 4 leagues from Santa Fe and 1 league from La Ciénega. In claiming a right to the land, Anaya Almazan confessed that he had sold the land to a Sebastián de Herrera prior to the 1680 rebellion, but that Herrera had relocated to Nueva Vizcaya and had not returned to New Mexico. This seemingly provided him the basis to assert a right to the land because it had once been his. Anaya Almazan's request was in response to Vargas's promise to grant the land owned before 1680 to those New Mexicans who had sought refuge in El Paso del Norte and returned to resettle the province in 1693. So that was the basic process. If you could establish that you owned the land prior to the revolt, then Vargas was going to grant it. There was a catch. Vargas had a very different idea about resettling New Mexico. Vargas envisioned a much larger population for the New Mexico colony than the people who traveled upriver from El Paso in 1693. That was a group of approximately 800 people. He wanted an additional 500 families, not 500 people. He wanted an additional 500 families, and that would have meant necessarily that he couldn't grant all the land to the former residents that returned because there wasn't that much land that was going to be available. Therefore, he determined that he could not grant all the land that the returning New Mexicans requested. This decision had a direct impact on Anaya Almazan's request. Rather than grant him all that he asked for, Vargas opted to make a grant of a much smaller parcel. What Anaya Almazan received was approximately 9 acres of land suitable for planting maize, pasturage sufficient for 200 sheep, 20 head of cattle, and for the oxen required to pull a carreta and plow the fields. So actually a very small grant. What Almazan likely did not know was that Governor Vargas was contemplating other plans for Ciénegilla. By June of 1694, Vargas had determined that the successful conclusion of the reconquest of New Mexico depended on whether he could subdue the aggressively rebellious native villages. In December, he met with Tewa, Tano, and Northern Tiwa governors and other leaders. And on that occasion, the Pueblo leaders brought with them 45 Indians whom the Indians had captured after the 1693 Battle of Santa Fe and who subsequently escaped. Governor Vargas returned these erstwhile captives to their respective leaders and stated that he intended to settle them at the abandoned pueblo of Cienegilla south of Santa Fe. As it happened, this plan never came to fruition. Had it done so, the subsequent history of this area might have been very different. In 1695, 2 years after his initial petition for the Cienegilla grant, Anaya Almazan requested an expansion of the grant, which Vargas firmly rebuffed. Perhaps this is an indication that Governor Vargas still had his eye on the Cienegilla area as a potential site for resettlement of vanquished Pueblo Indians. Now, I went the wrong way, I suppose. There we go. So here's the Anaya Almazan track. And you can see that it's basically on top of the previous one that we were looking at. In 1714, Felipa Cedillo Rico de Rojas, the third wife of Francisco de Anaya Almazan, and his brother, Salvador de Anaya Almazan, petitioned Governor Juan Ignacio Flores Mogollon to revalidate the original 1693 grant. Cedilla and Anaya Almazan made their request because mice had destroyed part of the original grant document. This is a pretty common problem in New Mexico. The land they requested, however, greatly exceeded the extent of the 1693 grant. The proposed boundaries would have encompassed La Ciénega to the south and the Rancho del Alamo to the east. Although damaged, the original grant document was sufficiently legible for Governor Flores Mogollon to determine that what Vargas had granted in 1693 was all that the governor was willing to revalidate. Those of you who are familiar with the Sandia grant will know that it wasn't mice, but a nefarious individual who was pinching out little pieces of the grant. And maybe that's what happened here as well. 2 years later, descendants of Francisco de Anaya Almazan deeded the Cienegilla grant to Andres Montoya, but with different boundaries than those in the revalidated grant. The boundaries set out in this deed were the bosque, called de Boconados to the north, the Mesa to the west, the lands belonging to La Ciénega to the south, and the lands of El Alamo to the east. Throughout the 18th century, the Cienegilla property remained largely intact. In addition, some family members acquired land in the area of La Ciénega through purchase. I was unable to be here this morning, but my colleague, Rob Martinez, said he was going to talk about the families, some of the families that were in the area, and I presume that he did. And if you're really interested in this grant, I really recommend reading that chapter in Malcolm E. Bright's book. This becomes one of the most convoluted stories of what I would call fractionalization of a land grant that you could hope to find. Members of the family buying and selling pieces, fights over inheritance, whether adopted children can inherit land, all this sort of thing. It gets really, really complicated, and it's hard to follow the genealogy of, really the genealogy of the grant. So I think that it would be useful if you, and of course some of you probably have already read that, but it's a very, very complicated story as the land begins to be sort of fractionated through purchase and sale. It also has some resonance for what is sort of happening in the area today with that same idea of land being divided. By the 1830s, internecine disputes among members of the extended Montoya family, including blood and non-blood relatives who claimed rights to some of the land, led to the attempt to partition the Cienegilla grant. The crux of the matter was that some family members wanted to sell their land and others wanted to keep the land intact. Again, this is very typical late-stage land grant history in New Mexico. Mexican authorities at the time were unable to successfully partition the grant, and a resolution had to await a change in national government. The Cienegilla grant was the only land grant for the La Ciénega-Cienegilla grant area submitted to the New Mexico Surveyor General. When the Surveyor General, Henry Atkinson, examined the grant documents in 1878, he determined that they were genuine and that the subsequent revalidations and deeds did not reflect Governor Vargas's original intent. Atkinson reasoned that Vargas had intended to grant land sufficient to plant one fanega of maize and one criadero de ganado menor, which Ebright explains this matter in this way, quote, Surveyor General Atkinson's reasoning was that the land requested was 3 miles by 2 miles, or approximately the size of a sitio de ganado menor, which was the amount of land sufficient to pasture 200 sheep. And you can, if you remember, the citation referred to land sufficient for 200 sheep, which Atkinson approved a grant the size of a criadero de ganado menor, 1,666 2/3 vara square, which the late land grant legal scholar J.J. Bowden estimated to be 491 acres. So you can see very creative interpretation long after the fact, measurements that were never used really in New Mexico. Atkinson took testimony from witnesses regarding the boundaries of the grant. Despite confirming the expanded version of the grant, the Surveyor General recommended adherence to those that Vargas had originally set out. A preliminary survey in 1879 found the grant to contain more than 45,000 acres, far in excess of what Atkinson recommended, which was 491 acres. Slight difference. Congress failed to act. That should come as no surprise to anyone. And the Court of Private Land Claims took up the matter. The court came up with a different set of boundaries. And an 1898 survey found that the grant contained 3,202 acres. So we have a recommendation of 491, a survey of 45,000, and a subsequent survey of 3,202. The Cienegilla grant is still in existence as the Valle de la Cienegilla land grant. What began as a grant to an individual has become more of a community land grant on which the land is used principally for housing. This is sort of the reverse of what happened with many land grants in New Mexico, where they were granted in the documents to a community, and they ended up being patented to an individual. Most of the ownership rests with the, quote, descendants of and purchasers from about 10 families. So that's the grant as it is today. And that's what I have for you. So I would be happy to entertain some questions. I think we have time for questions, right? How does this work?
You have time for questions? We have actually about 15 or 20 minutes.
Okay, good. Not everybody at once? Yes?
So are those families still granted that land? Those 10 families you said?
So,
How
I
does
mean,
that
I'm
work?
sure there are people here who know more about the current state of the affairs, but my understanding is that descendants and purchasers of land from descendants is the way the land is pretty much held now. Does that sound about right? Yeah. So a little of both. Some original descendants still holding land, and some, because again, that discussion that started in the Mexican period about some people wanting to sell the land, some people wanting to hold it intact. So that's pretty much the way the land is held today. And again, this is one of the smaller grants, but it's still an active grant.
So do they have to get permission or anything if that land?
You mean, is it held
changes
corporately? I honestly don't know how that mechanism works.
hands? Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Is there any member of the, yeah, Eladio?
Yeah, I can answer that. They have a land grant board, and with the land grant board and the district court,
the first judicial district in this case would be the one to determine the deeds. And
So
make-
Ilario, is that if they want to alienate land, they have to go through that
Yes.
process?
Yes,
Okay,
exactly.
okay. But they can do that, they can alienate land? Okay.
The land grant board and who again?
And the district court of
District
the
court.
first judicial district in Santa Fe.
Thank you.
Rick, just to clarify, you were saying that this is the only true land grant that exists in the Lacienega Valley. The other one was kind of something else, sort of a quasi.
Well, so this one suffers from the same problem in a certain sense. Anaya Almasan was able to create a title chain by purchasing it from someone who referenced a grant. But in terms of a grant document, there isn't one. There's not any suggestion that there ever was one for La Ciénega, because what they're talking about is the pueblo itself, and that wouldn't have happened. They wouldn't have granted, not prior to the revolt, they wouldn't have granted the pueblo itself. It does become a rancho, right? But there's no indication that, and again, no indication. Well, as I said, we only have one pre-revolt land grant, right? So we're laboring in a lot of sort of speculation about what happened. The name Mary Ellen Jenkins will mean something to some of you folks and not to anybody else, but she was an early archivist, state historian type, who also was very knowledgeable and had very firm opinions, shall we say, about land grants prior to the revolt. And what she said was that with respect to the Pueblo communities, that they were given whatever land they needed, and there was no sort of formal granting of land. But in the document that I referred to that we cite in Foursquare Leagues, the elders of Pueblo are saying that they had boundaries established prior to the arrival of the Spaniards. And it makes a certain amount of sense that at the very minimum, that ridge of that mountain or this course of this stream would be our territory. I mean, obviously, the seasons would have dictated, moving and hunting and various different things. But in terms of how the land was held, and of course, the other thing is kind of overarching is the whole concept of land ownership is so completely different, right? I mean, prior to the arrival of the Europeans, the native concept of how land what it would have belonged to the Pueblo would have been completely different. The one thing we do know is that very quickly after the arrival of the Europeans, the native peoples very quickly get on to the idea of having a paper grant is a really useful thing. And one of the things that's interesting is that the reason that we know about the concept of Foursquare Leagues is through litigation regarding encroachment. Otherwise, we wouldn't know anything about it because it's never really laid out. It wasn't used in New Spain. It was some sort of adaptation or perhaps even a mistake that was done here. If you read the Recopilación, when it refers to one league, the one league that was supposed to separate pueblos, it doesn't say one league in every direction. It just says one league, right? And that's been interpreted a variety of ways. My own thought is that it was interpreted here in New Mexico to mean one league in each direction. I mean, it fits the arid environment, but you could also read the document to understand it that way. And we have some evidence that that's true. In the 1690s, an individual named Lázaro de Mezquilla proposed realigning the pueblos in New Mexico. And what he did was he drew a map saying, here's how I think the pueblos ought to be. And he spaced them one league down the river, one league apart. So the idea that that was somehow the distance that should separate them was at least percolating here in New Mexico. In New Spain, they used 500, which was the fundo legal, and then they expanded that another and made it 600, but it was never anything like as large as it was here. And of course, most of the Pueblo communities here now still have that land base. They still have a minimum of the 4 square leagues, and some of them have considerably more. And I think I just chased a rabbit. Anyway. Mike.
Yeah, I'm sitting in the front row and I can see this map really good. I realize the rest of the audience can't.
Probably can't.
But it's an incredible map. This is a map based on the information known in 1714. And is it depicting the actual locations of buildings and structures by those little black rectangles? And is it also depicting the existing roadways?
So the black things, Mike, are populated places, not buildings. So the way these maps tend to be created is from Surveyor General files. You'll get all sorts of maps, and that's how that tend to be. And so this is adapted from that kind of thing, or Court of Private Land Claims. I mean, the idea was you were supposed to bring in all of the documentation that you had, no matter what it was, to prove that you had a land grant. And a lot of people brought in, whatever they had. It might be a deed. And so this particular one, these derive from documents that reference land grants or deeds or purchases or things. And the testimony establishes oftentimes what the boundaries are, right? And of course, as you know, in the case of all of these grants, be their recipients natives or Hispanos, there are a lot of overlaps. There's a lot of controversy over where the boundaries were. I mean, one of the things that they used to do, which is really fascinating to me, is the boundary was that old cottonwood tree. But, and they said, no, it's not that one, it's this one, right? Now, we do know that they also did bury markers, right? And the reference that we have to the Pueblo people saying that they knew where their boundary was, they're talking about one that they've buried. So, again, was that a European concept or was that sort of a universal thing so what you have in New Mexico too, just in land grants in general and land measurements in general, it's geographical features that are providing primarily what the boundaries are. And so we get naturally, we move into this sort of controversial area because, the top of a mountain was tremendously controversial in the case of Ciénega, right? Because they said, well, the grant was all the way to the top of the mountain. And of course, the people who didn't want it to be said, no, it was a meander at the bottom. The Spanish tradition is always to the top of the feature unless it's specified that it's somewhere else, right? But the same thing is true. The center of a stream is often so I've done a lot of work on land grants in the Mesilla Valley. The Rio Grande has moved a lot. So one of the really big grants down there was the Bracito grant, which the Casad family acquired by purchase. So I wrote a book about that family and I studied that grant pretty extensively. And every time it was surveyed, the river was moving in such a way that it was making the grant smaller and smaller. But because U.S. law said that the grant was to the center of the stream, the grant kept getting stronger. Now, sometimes in Spanish documents, there'll be other terms. It'll be the brow, the ceja of a riverbank, which doesn't maybe move as much as, but anyway, you have all that kind of stuff. So because the feature was what was determining the boundary, they were subject to change and inconclusive, and a lot of overlap. And there are controversies even today. Santana and San Felipe have a grant that overlaps, and they've been in court for a long time trying to decide how that would ever be resolved. And that's just typical of our grants. And unfortunately, we don't have enough of, we don't have these old ones to study to know how they were laid out. We just don't have them. And we only have the only one Pueblo grant that we can really look at and say, this is what was intended, and so there's a lot of information that we don't have. Anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
Rancho de las Golondrinas is just outside of this grant.
Yes, ma'am.
Were ranches granted too?
Well, sometimes a grant would be where a rancho was, right? But I don't know that you would grant I suppose it depends on how you look at it. What was originally granted, the very small grant, to me, that's pretty much just for a agricultural property, right? That's pretty much a rancho grant, right? But typically, they wouldn't be done that way. I think that was done for a specific reason, and I think that's because Vargas thought the area would be suitable to resettle other people, so he wasn't going to give all that. It may also be that he didn't really believe that, he wasn't persuaded that that land had been held before. I don't know. That process was very uneven.
Yeah, because some of our notes for Las Golondrinas, said it didn't know, was a rancho for a person, a group of people, or was it for a community?
So typically, the grants later on, let's say, were an individual or two or three representing a community, right? And so what happened in New Mexico, there were the early grants were often to a person, maybe somebody who was a lieutenant of Vargas, somebody who had served loyally. Roque Madrid, a really good example, a returning New Mexican who had lived here prior to the revolt, but also was a very loyal person. So that kind of individual might get a grant. Later on, they tend to be, and certainly in the Mexican period, they tend to be community grants. But what happened when the U.S. came in, we pretended like we didn't understand the concept of commons, or we couldn't find some authority from Spain or Mexico who could tell us what the commons were. So a lot of times, the grants that were clearly in the documentation made to one or two or three individuals representing a community, the grants were patented to that individual. So most of our community land, I think most of our community land in New Mexico just disappeared, right? For that reason, which, there are all sorts of other things. When the U.S. comes, you have from the east, they bring the Jeffersonian idea of the yeoman farmer has to settle the land in order to make the land prosper and all that stuff. And they came out here and, the land was already held a different way. And so you have a clash of cultures that happens too. So it's not just clash of legal systems, which clearly happened, but there's a clash of cultures that happens too, and it makes it much more complicated. Yes, ma'am?
That's really interesting.
What was the distinction of a royal purchase? I've seen that used with reference to Las Golondrinas.
Yeah, so that's you're talking about when they say real, in that sense, that's real. It's always mistranslated. That is real in the same sense as real property. But what you'll hear is a royal purchase. Yeah, you hear it all the time. It's real has the same meaning as real, as in real property, as it does in English. So there's no royal purchase. The king is not, through his authorities, buying land. The king didn't know anything about land grant. It's like, if somebody tells you, my family got a grant from the King of Spain, you know automatically they didn't.
Is that indicating that the person purchased the land?
It's just the same way as I'm purchasing real property, right? It's real property, real estate, right? It's not royal estate, it's real estate. It's real property, right? So the king did not make grants. In New Mexico, when the colony was in exile in El Paso, the viceroy gave authority to the governor of New Mexico at that time to make land grants when and if he returned. That's about the closest to a higher up authority. So the grants in New Mexico were made almost exclusively by the governor, whoever the governor happens to be. They're revalidated by governors. And then in the Mexican period, it gets to be a little bit different because they start letting lower level officials make grants. And all of those, if an alcalde made a grant, when the U.S. came in, they said, no, that guy didn't have the authority to make the grant. We're going to throw that one out. So, but anybody who ever says the king of Spain, I'm sorry, but the king of Spain knew nothing about the kingdom of New Mexico at that level and didn't care. Eladio.
In talking, when you referred to Rick, the common lands, that goes all the way back to Greece, to the Greek culture. Okay, they were the ones with the first concept of common lands, passed it on to the Romans to the Spanish all the way across to the Americas. So common lands, very, very distinct process. When you talk about real property, you're talking England and then their system, and a little bit of Northern Europe as well into that came across. So really, this was the clash of those two types of property ownership.
I suspect I've probably gone over. No, we're good? Oh, okay. Eladio.
In my presentation, I showed you a lot of those maps, a lot of those PLC maps, and so those are the land grant maps. Those are the ones that delineate all of those land grants that he's talking about. Of course, they're all post-revolt land grants. So the two that I mentioned that I was talking most about were the Caja del Rio and the La Majada grants, which are still in existence. One that's run by the U.S. Forest Service, and the other one by the Bureau of Land Management.
We have time for one more question. If anybody else would like to ask a question? If not, Rick, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Rick, for that fascinating conversation. Appreciate it. We're drilling closer and closer to Lacienega now. Our next speaker is from right down the road, my neighbor, Dr. Camila. A Lacienega resident, Dr. Camila Bustamante, has historic roots in the community. In her youth, she swept the soil at archaeological site LA 44 here in Lacienega, revealing artifacts as well as listened to her tío Jose Manuel Pino talk about the ruin and the old road to Agua Fria, adjacent to the site. In the early 1990s, Camila's interest grew with an understanding of the history and inhabitants of this historic village when she began documenting information and evidence of this very important site that she's going to be telling us about right now. So Camila, thank you.
Hi, everyone, and thank you. I'm absolutely honored, but I have to tell you, incredibly humbled to be with this particular group of presenters and those of you in the audience who are going to say, this is clearly not an archaeologist. I am clearly not an archaeologist. I'm a public health person, but a sense of place is something that has since really become a part of what I've learned to be important, not just for myself, but for my understanding of the people around me and where we are, how we define ourselves, and how we continue to be the best that we can possibly be. So with that, I'm absolutely grateful to be here. I guess half of my presentation's gone because I already talked about spending the time looking at the ruins at El Paraje El Álamo. El Alamo is the ruin that is right down the road here. Some of you who've been passing through this area for a while will have maybe remembered a double wide being on a piece of property, and then it was gone. And there is a long history that I've waited 30 years to tell about that particular piece of land. Growing up on that property, it became evident that there was stuff there, and we would sweep away with those neat old-fashioned broom. Remember those when we actually used those around the house? The broomstick things, and sweeping away and actually seeing the adobe and revealing things from the dirt. Just to get into the record a little bit and some of the conversations, because much of what I'm sharing with you is really the oral tradition of this particular site, but also tying it to those and having now known that you are learning of the land grants in the area and those people who I actually descended from and what the use was from that land and how these understandings of the use of that property have really only led to more questions than any answers. And I think that if I leave you with anything is to be absolutely confident that I have no idea what I'm revealing to you. I know nothing. The more I learn, the less I know, and that is a sign of a good academic. So what we have for the record is we know that, and you've heard, that they were Spanish settlers who came back with de Vargas and who were identified on that property or in the area. I'm speculating when I say that property. LA 44, if we look at this map and we see the Herman Pino land grant. Herman Pino, the house still exists, the resident of Herman Pino. We have I'm going to call it the contemporary resort because it's more recently changed from Sunrise Springs to Ojo Santa Fe, which is another interesting way of defining where we are because now we're in Ojo Santa Fe. But it's the contemporary resort in proximity to the ruin that I'm going to share with you. And what my family has always referred to as El Paraje El Alamo or El Alamo. You would have thought these folks were alive when I was born. I heard of Don Pedro Pino like there was somebody who was going to scold me if I did something out of line with the family. We are descendants of Pedro Pino. We don't talk that way. We don't do these things. Got it. So I'm waiting to meet this Pedro Pino only to find out that he might be a few centuries back. So this Spanish settlement, this shows that property, and I don't know if you can see the cursor, but you see the LA 44, which tells you, having learned earlier, that the numbering of the archaeological sites, this is a relatively old site. I'm absolutely grateful to be able to tell you about this site because it almost didn't exist as a site in my lifetime. It was on its way to being backhoed completely when let's just say this 20-some-year-old got really dramatic and started to do whatever she could to preserve the ruin. But when we look at that in proximity to the El Alamo house that I shared in the previous slide, and then the restaurant, all of this was what the family relation referred to as El Alamo. And I'll explain a little bit about that in a second. So I've seen this in other documents and got pretty desperate in trying to preserve this ruin that had been sold. And actually, I'll just put it right out there. The family in a divorce settlement, dad had given it to his ex-wife, and she turned and sold it to a gentleman who brought a backhoe and took 20% of the ruin to level. And it was very concerning, and there was a lot of interesting things that happened during that period. But it really started to allow me to engage with David Snow and other archaeologists who had had interest and concern over the site for a number of years, including Myra Ellen Jenkins and others whose names will be quite familiar to you, of yes, we've known of that site and we never knew what would become of it. As well as having other family relatives say, oh, Camila, don't say too much about it or they're not going to let us do what we want with our property. Though I will share when I get into the stories that were told to me by my tío José Manuel, I don't know that there's something else I'd want to do with this property except to make sure that other people, one, ask the questions about the relevance of this piece of land, because as we've learned today, as a paraje, as a stopping place on the old road, this was one of those where if we got up the hill, and I say if pretty strongly, if you made it up La Bajada and you're exhausted, and like we heard earlier, if the soldiers say, hey, I need to pee, you need the paraje. That's what El Paraje El Álamo is. But there are other things that suggest that this might have been, and it is something that leans to, was this ever a presidio? Was it always a ranch? And I will tell you, my tío viejo, Adrian Bustamante, he says, ay, Camila, your tío viejo is here, has said, Camila, we're not here to rewrite history. So everything I'm sharing with you has been filtered and approved by tío viejo Adrian Bustamante, who was also very functional here at Las Golondrinas for a number of years. But my tío viejo approves of this conversation and said, this is the story we have. This is what we know through our multi-generational oral tradition. So we know that it was a convenient stopping place, that it had been under the possession of numerous families, and post-revolt it was a stopping place, and in some documents refer to that, there were approximately 200 structures. Whether they were all in a cluster, wherever they were, is conversation that I've heard over and over. What was revealed at the time of the scraping of the land, and I will tell you that David Snow and I, under cloak and flashlight, noted that there were multiple structures, little cuartitos, that had been revealed in the dirt, and I'll say more about that. In the land grants, you see right next door you have the Herman Pino, and then the Archbishop LeMay was the land that was actually now the contemporary resort, was part of the Lamey's land grant. And what we knew in our family is that the Archbishop, that the Archdiocese gave the family back the land to allow them to build and live there. And there's evidence to that land exchange. Don Pedro Bautista Pino was the gentleman who, and we say Don Pedro, he was born on this continent and the first to go back. So I will say, where's my friend Rick Henricks? We say and the king didn't know and he didn't care. I will say, no, he didn't give him a land grant, but he did know something about it because Don Pedro Pino went back to Spain and reported to the Cortes and wrote a book that my Uncle Adrian and Mark Simmons actually translated of that trip to Spain to say, we need resources in this area. And we knew of this gentleman because he was in, I would say, high relevance politically. So we have Don Pedro Pino, who is a great uncle, and we have his son, General Nicolás Pino. What we know of General Nicolás Pino is that at the time Carney came to the United States, came to this part of our, sorry, he was here in the United States, came to this part of our country, he offered, and they were going to have a, this is how we can do this, or you can figure out what you want to do with your life kind of conversation. And Nicolás said, I'm not going to stay and serve the U.S. Army initially. It is reported, okay, that we knew that he had gone to Mexico and then came back. I don't know, and I don't have it verified, because I've seen that he went both back to Chihuahua and to Durango. And I don't know which one is true unless he went to both. But I do know that he temporarily went back to Mexico, and then he came back and served as a brigadier general with the U.S. Army. He is the father of Herman Pino, who is across the land from El Álamo. The whole thing is El Álamo again in our oral tradition. And the gentleman I sat with, and I'm going to say I realized later that this picture gets repeated over and over, and I just don't think you can look at it enough because it's outright adorable. The little kiddo is one of my first cousins, so he's a contemporary cousin of mine, but he's a bit younger. My tío José Manuel was an old man when I was a little girl. And we knew when he said, oh, and everything was in Spanish, and you'll have to either pardon my Spanish or I'll just say it in English because I won't do that to you today. But he said, this is where the old road went, right on the property where I'm living. And my dad said, well, then that's where the trees will go because the water's going to go in there. I didn't have any reason to believe it. I didn't have any reason to not believe it. During the time I was building my house, I'm up and I see the little road, and as we've learned also today, these caminos split and went in a lot of different directions. And it made absolute sense that this is where, if you weren't going to get to, and what I've understood, if you weren't going to get to Agua Fria village by nightfall, this is where you stayed, which we run in and out for milk and bread all the time now. But at that time, it was absolutely, I'll say, a mind-blowing experience to be building my house, looking off the roof, and seeing the camino going up and over the hill. So what does that mean to LA 44 and its proximity? And seeing the little cuartitos, and so there were little hornos in each room. There are artifacts turning up all the time. When I was a little girl, strangers would come onto the property and start picking through, and Dad would say, "I'm sorry, you can't do this. This is private property." But it really revealed that there were these multiple room structures. And I have to absolutely, and I'm not one to apologize for a lack or a missing piece of information, and I really wanted it, and the only way I was going to be able to get it was to get into the state library, and I wasn't able to get it in time. But there is a document out there that actually discloses and describes the site, and I have to, and I'm going to promise this crowd, or I'll leave it to you to go find it, as a two-story structure that very similar to, and what it sounded like in its description was similar to La Sena Plaza. It was very much plazuela. There are a number of documents that describe this site as a plazuela. So I would have loved to have been to be able to tell you exactly what that document was, but I will tell you once we see the aerial view again, it was evident. It's those hills where we would see that there were mounds that had melted over time. The other thing that happened at the time that the house, the property, had been given to the person who sold it and then leveled 20% of the ruin, was that I was told that if there were any human remains, it all had to stop. Again, in the dark of night with flashlights, I filled up, and the only thing I'm basing 50 pounds on is that that's what I could carry at that time. But I had numerous bags of big black trash bags of huesos, of bones, to get to the state archaeologist at that time, working very closely with David Snow, to just find one that is a human remain. Because one thing that my tío José Manuel told us is that los huesos de los indios would come up. And I'll explain more of where I went to some of my, our neighboring tribes and said, did you have family? Did you know who was buried here? Any of these conversations that you have had. So we tested many pounds of bones. They all came back to be sheep, and I would say I could have thought that, given what my family did. So my tío José Manuel, this is another one where our state our state historian was saying that it's possible that Zebulon Pike passed through the area. I didn't know who Zebulon Pike was from Adam when I was little, but I knew Zebulon Pike had slept in Lacienega. I can point to the corner of the house at El Alamo where Zebulon Pike slept when he was in Lacienega. How long he spent there, I don't have a lot of information, but it's one of those for the amount of time that he spent there and garnered the information that he needed to take back. There is a lot that was pieced together in how he was able to inform the next group who came in to say this is what they need and what they don't have. If you make these promises and going into assuring better governance, assuring they'll be able to keep their systems in order, if you will, looking at things that came out of the the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. So it was very much informed in that process, and it's always been curious to me that he how much time he spent there and how much information he garnered at that location, or did he just spend the night and the next day was on to Chihuahua, which is not completely established. My tío Abel, this is where my tío Abel was the one who would go back and rebury the bones. So in 1990, on the Lacienega Valley Association, we received a report that there had been a skull that had been brought in from LA 44. David Snow and I were on it like a hot mess. We wanted to find this skull and we wanted to bring it back, and we had not been able to trace it to this location. The other thing that Tío José Manuel said is, yeah, there are going to be a lot of things there, because over time, as that part of the ruin, now if you will, you imagine Los Pinos Road was a double-rutted road. When I was growing up, that literally had a thing of grass down the middle for a good portion of that, and some of us in the room would remember that. And then they took that mound out of the center, and we were uptown, and now it's paved with a double yellow line, and we need to fix that business. But at that time, that road was pretty arbitrary. And my neighbor, Mr. Apalaca, who has since passed, said, you know, when they straightened the road out through there, they really messed up a lot of how things were laid out in this area, which, again, only speaks to how consecutive the Sunrise Springs, if you will, location and El Alamo were in proximity to each other. That double-rutted road came much later. It forked at that point is what documents suggest more so. And there's the note regarding the skull that had been removed from the site. Trinidad Vieira, so my Tío José Manuel and my Aunt Lala talked about how the land was transferred after my great-grandfather José Vieira got to the area, married Carmelita Pino, Herman's daughter. They didn't really have a place to live right then, and the church, the archdiocese said, they give it back to the Pinos, just like that. They said, give it back to the Pinos. And they said, why don't you give it back to the Pinos? I think it was pretty much the way I read it. It was just like that. But what they did at that time is my Tío Abel, José Manuel, the brothers, built the house so that the José and Carmelita Vieira would be able to live. And that's where you can have a lovely, is this the marketing part where we sell the restaurant at Ojo Santa Fe? That's where you can have a lovely dinner tonight for the only price of, but that is now the restaurant. That was the house where my grandmother was born, that my great uncle, Tío José Manuel, disclosed as having been where the Archbishop had chicken coops, is literally what I was told. It was like, oh, there were just chicken coops here at that time. So the point in this conversation is to try to understand the relevance of LA 44 as part of a larger, possibly a presidio. We know that General Nicolás had been in battle with Comanche. So what was the role of having a brigadier general and the land that Zebulon Pike was held in? Again, I bring it up as speculation. I have no idea. I hope it reveals that in the research that people are willing to do. But the other thing that I did is I wanted to find out from some of our tribal neighbors, and I visited a group of women from Isleta of places who understood that I had questions about where we were and had, through their oral tradition, conversations about why they had left and migrated out of the area. And everything stood to, being able to, why people migrate, and it's what we've heard earlier of being able to go to other areas that might be more, have more resources available to them. But the one thing that really stuck with me in that conversation was one woman looking at me squarely and saying, they never required that we build missions in that area. And that really suggested a point of neutrality. I really appreciated that in feeling nobody was making anyone build missions in the Lacienega and Lacienegilla area. And she really had a lot of references to Lacienegilla, which later I understood from my collaborators and Governor, oh God, my friend. I am totally, boy, I've worked with him forever at Nambe Pueblo, and it's an age thing where it's gone there. I'm not really, I can't right now. But anyway, he remembered, and not remembered, but noted conversations of how their community had parted and some had migrated north and some had migrated south. So in this aerial view, these mounds on the sides, this property with this round building is where I live now, not in the round building itself, in a house next to it. But the pad that you see here, where you see the number 2, that's where a double wide had been parked for about a decade at least for the gentleman who had bought the land. But I say we kept it there to be able to pay for the property. So I got to go in and buy the land back, is the long and the short of it. I bought the land back, rented out the property so that we could maintain and protect the ruin. So that's where I was going with the purpose of the pad and why it stayed there for a while, was it was going to allow me to get this back into the family and ultimately sell it back into protection. On the southern west portion of this, you can somewhat see a round area. I don't know if that is as evident as it is to you, as it is to me. My Uncle Adrian and David Snow walked that regularly in pointing out that it was very interesting that this round area was clearly of prehistoric nature, that there was something there that had not been necessarily used in the rest of it, and how, and if they did, it did not have some of these other foundation stones that you can see in other parts of the site. But all of the areas where you can see the erosion on the lower part show that these are mounds, and we would sweep away and find the adobes that would surface. Here on the opposite side on of the screen, those are foundation stones that all have the melted adobe, and then in between each is where we would find those hearths, if you will, the fire hearths. Some of the remnants from the site, there are older pieces and this type of pottery, as well as majolica, which is not uncommon to be found by the use of the Spanish settlers. And more recently, getting to where it is right now, ultimately I was able to buy it, get it back, rent the space out till I could pay off most of that loan, and then sell it to the Archaeological Conservancy for almost nothing so that it would be under preservation and I would be able to have this conversation with you today. Otherwise, who knows what it was going to happen to it. The opportunity for continued research. And again, I really have to thank you for the opportunity to be able to share this story with you, because again, it was a story that almost didn't get to happen. The significance of the location hasn't fully been revealed. David Snow said, we know more about the Incas, and I'm going to show that. I said, we know more about the Incas than we do about the Spanish settlements in this area. What did it mean if we held someone who was on their way back to Mexico to be on trial and understand what that was about, and then to send them back? What was really happening here as far as governance? What was the role of El Alamo if we had a brigadier general over part of that property? Maybe nothing, maybe just a relationship as part of a paraje, and that could just be it, and that would be fine. And then on a personal, understanding Spanish colonial settlements, one thing that the conversations earlier today have really shed light on is we can't just live in this particular arid zone the way we've lived. The Spanish had to learn how to live in this land from the natives who said, those olive trees aren't going to grow here. And I will tell you, I too have looked at the same way I forgot Herbert Yates' name, there it is. I am now forgetting the Southwest Research Inventories that said this is what the Spanish came with and this is what just didn't work. What do you eat? How do you stay here? How do we live in this vulnerable area? I'm not saying that we had the same risks. We have much grosser risks of infringing on the
natural resources, if you will, in our community, but what has it meant for the Spanish to learn to live with the land and plant a certain way and hold your 182 growing day season to something that can actually allow you to put food away? And these are the things that really spark my interest, how we get to be who we are, where we are. So that is a precious part of why I think the history and how we live on the land and with the land has become important to me. So our opportunity for continued research, and my buddy David, who's not here, nor is my tío Adrián, my tío viejo, because we all keep moving on, right? We're all, as some say, he's now on as a part of history, but we know more about the Incas than we know about the Spanish colonists who lived here in the 18th century. So with that, I hope that I've brought in some questions that might leave people with some interest in finding more answers. The one thing that I have learned is the Archaeological Conservancy does not want to dig anything up, and they don't want to find more information. Colorado College did a site survey back in 1981, the year I had left to college, and they found a significant amount of information, and we cannot find anyone over there who knows where it is. But those are things that have informed and that are in my notes and I've shared with you today. So again, I'm grateful, and I'll have it for any questions that you may have. Any questions at all? Yes, sir.
Camila, what was the connection between the paraje here at Rancho de los Golondrinas and the one El Alamo?
You know, I would leave that to the experts in just saying that the dates of residence are sort of sporadic, that El Paraje El Alamo seems to have predated the formal, there were definitely families here, and I'm going to tell you exactly what my Uncle Adrian said when I asked him that question. There were definitely families here. We're just not sure where El Alamo really was actually, and that's where the speculation of that particular area being El Alamo predated, and I'm looking for eyes in the room to say, lady, but El Alamo predated Las Golondrinas as the settlement. Anyone else? Thank you for those of you who are nodding. Yes, good student. Novice feels real good. Novice feels real good. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
What's the Archaeological Conservancy? You said that it really doesn't have any plans to do anything with that site right now, but obviously something's going to happen with that site in the future. Would the Conservancy be amenable to some more testing at that site by an entity that could show an interest in it?
I believe so. When we met with them, my Uncle Adrian and I met with the Archaeological Conservancy, we asked that question because the first question they asked was, what would you want done? And of course, being descendants of those who lived on the land, we'd want to know what's there. But they didn't say no, but they said our preference is to really leave things protected in where they fell, but they wouldn't rule it out. So that was as good as the answer was. And what that did is it encouraged us to pursue sale to them for that purpose instead of to, Colorado College or finding another way to have it funded for another entity who wanted to do a site excavation.
Dr. Camilla, isn't there also another LA site just across Los Pinos from LA 44?
Not that I'm familiar with, and I've poked around in there more than I should on someone else's land. But to connect it, yeah.
What is that that initial LA report tell us about that site? About any surveys that were done there? Or?
Very much what I shared with you in the first slide, that it was a multi-room ranch stopping place with a number of entities who had stopped coming or going to La Bajada.
Which we're thinking may tie up with that description, which I think is from Dianza's, either his journals or the soldiers' journals that talks about the two-story building that you're talking about.
Yes.
I know you're talking about,
Yes.
Okay.
I have said, is it Fray Bernardo de Anza, or was it Bernardo de Anza? That is the two-story structure. De Anza is this two-story structure, so thank you for that recollection. Yes, Carl?
What's the time frame for that, for the Plazuela? What's the time frame?
So again, from the first slide, there's, for the Plazuela, it was somewhere between the 18th century, 1700s to, it would have had to have been the late 1800s, because by the time Tío José Manuel was alive, parts of it were in ruin. Now, prior to that, though, there was evidence of pit houses, and that was the area, the big round part that I showed you there is where David Snow and Uncle Adrian were very curious about the roundness and the potential that had just been a pit house. Yes?
Who was then inhabited?
The pit house?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry. I started the conversation with, I'm not an archaeologist. Carmela.
So the land ownership that the Pinos held in this area, I mean, that could account for some of the confusion too, because obviously the person who sold Las Golondrinas to the Curtins was a Pino, so a descendant of
Yeah.
Elder Don Pedro.
Yes.
Pino. So I imagine at one point it was a lot of Pino properties interconnected. And perhaps in the earlier period, the El Alamo was the paraje, and then it eventually migrated to this area.
Yes. Yes, very much so. And as our state historian had pointed out, that it was very difficult to keep people central, that there was this multi-room unified area. So I'm not even going to call it a structure per se. But then we know that residences popped up around that area. And that's well defined in both our family, where certain pockets of the family lived in the village, related to Gonzalez's south of here. People started building outside of the Plazuela area. Yeah. But it's a groovy thing to have the honor to grow up with, that's for sure, for sure. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Well, in connection with that continuity of family ownership, here at Rancho de las Golondrinas, we have a property that's called the Pino House, and it's just right across here. It's a 4-square adobe built in the early 1900s. And from what I've heard, your grandparents' property, where Sunrise Springs is now, or Ojo de Santa Fe is now, is almost the exact same floor plan, as is another building right between us and Sunrise Springs. So there are 3 buildings that I think had Pino connections that were apparently built by the same contractor from what we've been able to.
The house that you mentioned in between is the house of the old man holding the little boy. That was my Tío José Manuel's house. So, and he and his brothers built the house that is the restaurant at Sunrise Springs. Yeah. So, thank you sincerely.
Thank you, Dr. Camilla. Really appreciate you giving that presentation. As many of you know, a lot of what we know about Las Golondrinas and the very beginnings and foundings, a little bit that I'll be talking about tomorrow, is relied heavily on the oral traditions that exist here in the area. So thank you for coming and sharing that information with us. Exceptionally important. And that brings us really to the end of our day today. Sadly, I would like to thank all of you for joining us today. At this time, we are now going to move on to our site tours. For those of you online, thank you for joining us, and we will see you tomorrow. I hope all of you found the presenters as informative as I did. We will keep all of you posted on the digital publication of these presentations that will be coming out later, in addition to what's being captured now on Facebook Live and later posted on YouTube. Thank you to all of our participants for helping us kick off our 50th anniversary celebrations by sharing your talents and your research with the rest of us. It means so much. And I hope to see all of you here at Las Golondrinas in the next year to help us celebrate and to get hands-on with history. So don't forget, tomorrow is going to be our next installment of our 50th anniversary History and Archaeology Symposium. So I hope all of you online today will be joining us, and I hope to see everybody here in the audience again tomorrow, right here on the Golondrinas Live Sessions.